I haven't got through it yet either. But you know what I did get through? Going live. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, good morning. I see y'all getting spicy in there in the chat already. Nick said he's on his hit list. He's looking for people talking about Hellblade and the people that said it was going to be greater than it's ever was before, and that Hellblade was going to sell those big boy numbers. And we'll definitely talk about that, Nick. So I'm glad you are here, brother man.
Yeah, I never said it was going to sell big boy numbers, but it's definitely better.
I don't think it's necessarily us, but I think we got a lot of smoke to get into, a lot of interesting conversation. Again, everything's perspective, and I believe in just enjoying your experiences, right? I mean, I have. We'll talk about it more, but I gotta introduce you to the one and only place that brings you that live, raw, and uncut content across the YouTube stratosphere, especially in the gaming space. The one place that gives you that RTS view, that's real-time strategy. And in case you might have forgot, when we pull ourselves out of the world, look at the darker crevices of the map, pull our resources together so we can not only build up our own foundation, but also the foundation to reach the potential. I believe Sarah said it was 2 billion now, but it's always going to be that 3 billion number that those guys talk about, guys and gals, I should say. Not only that, but we're also the home of that ECP. That's an educated consumer perspective. And all that really means is we don't work in the industry. I don't have any professional tie-ins. I am just the guy who has a professional history in customer service, sales, and has a somewhat of an idea how business runs. I'm not no professional. I haven't run businesses myself. I've been a leader of sorts, I would say, but I'm a gamer overall, and I like to combine all these things and come here to have a educated conversation with everybody, not only in our chat, but everybody who ends up tuning in later, because that's the main thing that we can all provide is honest takes and clear views, in my opinion, at least. And there's one thing I'm going to get into real quick before I pass it off to my brother from another, because I am Steel Rain. That's Steel Rain, that T's a 7 everywhere. But before I pass it off to the brother from another, I got one real quick. I'm going to stop saying, and I'm going to catch myself from saying, in my opinion, because if I'm saying it, it's fucking my opinion. I am. That shit is really starting to bother me. Because somebody pointed it out to me. I was listening to a show. It wasn't like a gaming podcast or anything, but it was a different show that I was listening to, and they just had pointed it out. It was like, what is the point of you saying, in my opinion, when it should be your opinion? Who other opinion are you giving? Why are people tuning in if you're giving some other opinion? Now, unless I say, oh, well, this is that opinion, then that's when your opinion changes, right? Or am I tripping, Bone? Or we have just been coaxing in a way that, in shoehorn in a way where it's like people are so sensitive, you have to say, in my opinion.
A couple of points. Yes. Number one, it is because people think that when they show up to a podcast, there is a group of people who, once again, selectively hear things, but they treat what you're saying as if you are speaking just from firsthand knowledge facts, instead of understanding that unless the show is set up that way, it's all opinions, right? It's all educated opinions or flat out speculation, right? And there is that group of people who legitimately will run with it and say, oh, this dude was trying to act like you didn't know anything, that you knew something that nobody else does.
Come on,
like we've seen that. I've seen that in the chat. I've seen that in chat where people are like, oh man, what are you trying to say? This is like, that's a lie. That's a lie. That's not the truth. Blah, 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 blah. That's the only reason why I do it from time to time is I will say, in my opinion, right? Because I'm not trying to tell everybody that this is a fact. Like, so that's the only thing, because there is a weird slice of the community that does do it that way, that does treat podcasts as if everybody is out here talking as if they work for these companies, and that anything you say, you're trying to state that is an actual fact. Like, that's not how we roll. So, but whatever.
Yeah,
that's the only reason why I do it.
I just think that is weird. I just kind of wanted to make an active effort.
You shouldn't have to. You shouldn't have
I just wanted to start to make a little bit of an effort. A little bit of an effort, because I can't fucking talk this morning. Godly, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. Saturday morning cartoons. We starting off cartoon like, but no. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of start making an effort towards not saying that, because again, I just feel like it's weird. Unless I state otherwise, I'm speaking for this corporation, I would just, because there's another point that was brought up this week as well, and I will introduce you, Paul.
No, don't worry.
There's another point that was brought up this week as well is the lack of understanding or context clues, right? You used to read a paragraph and you could infer what the reader was trying to say, or the audience that they were trying to speak to, right? And the person I was listening to was making the point that nowadays people they lack basic understandings or basic reading skills, because people won't infer or try to guess or make a educated guess on who the reader is trying to discuss or speak to in that specific sentence. The writer, excuse me, who the writer's trying to speak to in the specific sentence or in the specific article or whatever that they're doing. So it's just like when you go in and you start thinking about a lot of these different things. I mean, we've been doing podcasts for some time, and it's just little things that you think about in the midst of conversation that just shouldn't exist. At least in my eyes. And again, people can feel however they want to feel about it. I know that we've come into what seemingly is a more sensitive era, but the main thing is just like, I'm not going to say, oh, it's in my opinion. If you want to blow it out of proportion and say that, oh, still you're speaking for A, B, C people, then I'm just going to say, hey, you're dumb. Just that's what I'm going to do from now on, because you're not paying attention. You're not listening. You don't care. There's 3 things that I always tell my daughters, man. You got to listen, pay attention, and follow directions, at least in my house, right? Easiest thing to keep you out of trouble, easiest thing to be able to get the things that you also would like, and also just to get, so you have a baseline of understanding of how things work, amongst other things. And those are just 3 basic principles. But I think that's something that everybody should be doing out here, man. It's just weird. Funny to see. Nixie in the chat says, Steel, another thing that was brought up too was that big influx of people now like narrative story games all of a sudden. We're going to talk about it, man. We are definitely going to talk about it, because I got to introduce the uncanny gentleman himself, the X-Men that is not Cyclops, the one and only. Some people call him the Encyclopedia of Gaming, but I just call him my brother from another Pong. So, what's going on, brother, man?
Nixie, why are we starting the morning like this? Don't do it. You're too smart. You're too smart. I know what you're doing. You're too smart. You know better.
He's juicing it up. He's juicing it up.
He is. He decided to come in and stir the pot this morning in a big way. All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome to Living Split Screen on a Saturday morning. Appreciate y'all for joining us on yet another episode of man, was just a freaking amazing show to have every Saturday. It just starts the weekend off right. This is my birthday weekend. Hey. So a little extra special, of course, to be here with my brother. I haven't been able to talk to this man all freaking week. We both.
Is it today, or is it on Monday?
It's on Monday. It's my birthday weekend. So yeah. No, it's Monday. Monday.
And you got Monday off too, because it's Labor Day, ain't it?
Of course. Yeah, ooh, man. I got my extra
you know what?
time.
Real quick side tangent. Hey, Decado, I don't know if you've been tuning in. I don't even know if I've seen Decado in here. I just assumed that he was here. But Decado, if you are here, let me know, and anybody else who's interested in the First Descendant. I believe they're only doing a 1-day final beta test.
Ooh.
I don't know if that's 100% accurate, but I believe it goes from today to tomorrow. I don't know if that's 100% accurate. I know that the game was supposed to be releasing next month in June. At least, I mean, they don't have a specific release date out there. That was what was rumored out there before. I believe that was even from them, from the Discords and whatnot. So let me know, because it's really interesting. Definitely, if I can end up getting a group, I may re-download it, because I think it's free to everybody. It's just, I think they're trying to see if the servers can really handle it, because it's literally anybody can access it now at this point. So, but my fault, Paul, go ahead.
No, that's cool, man. It's all about games here, man. I'm just doing my boring intro anyway. Appreciate everybody showing up. Again, Steele and I haven't been able to talk it all this week, so it's going to be interesting, because we got a lot of topics to get into today. It's going to be fun. This community is ridiculous as always. So, I mean, again, nothing like another week with another big title launch to stir it all up again. And of course it's Xbox, so whatever. But anyways, we're going to talk about that for sure. We'll probably get into Hellblade 2 right here too while we're going. But what else did I have on my agenda? I was going to say, I can't remember now. Old guy brain. This week it has been Ghost of Tsushima. I did have yesterday off, so I fired back up Hellblade 2 for a bit. If you guys have been around the other shows, I've already talked about it with Mav. Again, I love this game. I love Hellblade 2. I love everything they've done with it. Mm-hmm. I'm on the side that they set the bar. So they have now set the bar. And again, would I have liked a bigger experience from Ninja Theory? Absolutely. I said it from the beginning when they first announced this. I was hoping it was going to be a bigger experience. Was I hoping that the combat would be a little bit more? Absolutely. But can I say that they didn't improve upon pretty much every aspect within the game? No, I can't say that, because compared to the first, it is improved. And again, they set the bar for the industry in a couple different ways. So Ninja Theory did what they did, right? They wanted to make this type of game. They have been clear about that. and they have accomplished it. And it is a game. It's not a tech demo, none of it. But for me, this one is even worse when it comes to what it does to me. Yeah, voices and just overall atmosphere. This is much more personal in a lot of ways than the first one was. I think that has to do, it's more oppressive. It's more intense than the first one in a lot of ways, to me. And so I'm having a real hard time. I said it last night. I tried yesterday again. I think I'm going to wind up, if I'm going to have any chance of finishing this one, I'm going to wind up having to play without the headphones completely. There's just no way I can do it. I had some really effed up nightmares the other night after playing it. And I don't get those. I don't get those. I'm not that dude. Like I don't get those. And so this one is impacting me even more so from that way. And I know it's sacrilege at this point to say that you're going to play Hellblade 2 without headphones, but I don't care. I like the game enough where I do want to attempt to get through it. So I am going to do that. Is this game perfect? No, it's not. But so yeah, I played Ghost of Tsushima early in the week and then a little bit more yesterday. Absolutely loving that game. Again, for that open world, Far Cry-esque type world.
Something important. Yeah. I heard you say something important about it, though.
Yes. No. I was going to get to that, Seal. I was going to get to that. No. You did hear me. So, but I'm loving it because it's an open world, Far Cry-esque, Ubisoft type game set in samurai times. Give it to me more and more. I love it. I love the different stances that you can learn. I love the different weapons. I said it last night. Steel, I opened up that smoke bomb. I never use smoke bombs. I've not been that guy. I don't care what game it's been. I just think they're boring as hell. But the way they do it, because I upgraded it so that it stuns everybody, and that I'm assassinating people in the smoke. I'm looking for groups. I'm looking for groups right now. I'm like, but it
tailors your play style. It makes you kind of want to vary and approach it differently.
Yes, but what Steele was alluding to is what I also said is the more I play through the game, the more the game does actually show its age. And it also, which it should, again, it is a last generation game, right? But I'm also finding that while from what I've played through so far, the 83 score that it originally got is low. Okay. I definitely think this is above an 83 game. It's a freaking beautiful ass game. There's moments where it is jaw dropping.
It is.
But there are some things to this game that I look at that I go, okay, I can see why people were critical. It's not, to me, it's not the masterpiece that some people called it. Okay. It is not.
No, it's not.
It's some, again, I can even argue that for all the people that said this, this was their game of the year. Okay, cool. That's your game of the year. But I can see why it wasn't on everybody's list. Okay, is basically what I'm saying. It is not, Sucker Punches. Sucker Punch is very good at what they do. I want them to go back to Infamous so bad. I miss Infamous. They brought a lot of that to here, but it is definitely not the game that some people. Again, it's all personal. So for them, it is. I'm just saying for me, it started out that way. And I was like, I can definitely see why people were been like clamoring about like this. Wow. This is like everything that because again, I had watched a lot of people play it and I all that. So I got into it and I got that feeling and I was like, this is definitely that game. But as I played through it more, I started, I've started to see a little bit of the cracks, but again, has it been worth the wait to get to this point where I'm playing it? Hell yes. If I'm going to keep playing it, hell yes, because I'm having a freaking great time. Now that I'm leveling up and the way that they give you the choice to play as a samurai, or if you want to go against the code and become full ninja, you basically can come full ninja and stealth everybody, especially with the bow, with everything else, right? You don't have to do the standoffs if you don't want to. Yeah, the bow upgraded.
The standoffs are
they're cool as hell
to me,
but
they're cool.
But they're
that was one of those things in the first 10 hours. It was cool. Like, oh man, like get into these situations. And I still like it when you get into groups and you're like, all right, I want to take out a couple guys, few guys before I really get into it. And I do like it for that, but it's so brain dead. Especially after you kill the first guy, it's so brain dead that it becomes uninteresting. after a certain point, for me at least.
Yeah, no, and I understand that. Like, I do get that. I still find myself going, oh, damn, that was so damn cool. Even though it's the same.
Yeah, it has its moments. Yeah,
it has its moments, even though it's the same. But the multiple assassinations that you can do is much more interesting to me. I love that mechanic. I've always loved that mechanic. It's not the first time it's been done in a game. But I snuck up on a group last night, Steel, horseback group with some heavy soldiers walking alongside them. And I got out behind them and I took out all 3 of their heavies, and the horse dudes took off and the 2 archers took off. And I wound up pegging off the archers. Pause. I wound up shooting the archers in the back long range with my bow. God damn, that felt good, man. That felt so good. That will never get old, man. I was like having such a great time. So yeah, and then I got into Hellblade 2. And I don't know how Steel wants to do this, because obviously he's going to talk about Hellblade 2, but he also,
however you want to do it, we can ramp it up.
Other games
we've been consistent about here recently, where we get into a game that we've been getting into, and then getting into the main crux of the show. So however you want to do it. I know
you got other games too, because you got Wuthering Waves and stuff that you want to talk about too. So, but Hellblade, I mean, I guess we could do the Hellblade 2. So yeah, so I did hop into Hellblade 2, and I already talked a little bit about it here, but I didn't know what to expect. I mean, I did from the game itself, knew what it was going to be, obviously, but did not know, obviously, what those graphics were going to be like in real life to me, my eyes first seeing them. And again, I've only played Series X. I still have not fired it up on the PC. Still have not fired up on the PC. I am playing at the 30 frames, cinematic with chromatic aberration.
And here,
yeah.
Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how when you look at it, this is going to be the ones that I will come off my hill on it and say that. And this is probably going to give credence to some of the people who are speaking against it. I don't see 30 FPS being a negative on this game.
Yeah.
I mean, at least for conversation wise, I don't know how valid it would be to say, oh, well, the game's not 60 FPS, so it's not as good. This isn't one of those games.
This is
fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you want to look at it, you can argue either side.
This is a unicorn, Steel. This is a unicorn.
And I'll get into it. You go ahead.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to say this is a unicorn, right? And I say it's a unicorn because this truly. And again, I haven't played it at 60 yet. I'm sure I will love it at 60. And I think if I'm going to keep playing it, I will do the Nexus mods to get rid of the black bars, get rid of the chromatic aberrations, and all that good stuff too, to see what it's like without it. But let me put it this way. I understand what Ninja Theory was trying to do here. Okay. And I understand the cinematic feel, because this basic, this game is a movie in itself because of how good the graphics are. It is as close as you can get nowadays to actually interacting with a movie. That's how I look at it. And so to me, I get it. Why the 30 frames? Some people are even claiming that is the premier way to play the game, even if you have the option of 60. Now, I still think the options should be given to have 60 frames, to turn off chromatic aberration, to do all that? Absolutely. Options are still good, folks. Options are still good. But this is the one game where I've started playing and I go, I could see why they wanted this, why they would want it this way. Again, PC still has all the options, so everybody should have the options, but I can see why they would say this is their premier way to play the game, because it does feel good. Even if I don't like the chromatic aberration, even I don't like the black bars, I get it. Okay. That's all I'm going to say. I get it in this case. So I popped this in, Steel, and instantaneously from the opening was absolutely blown away. I've already had 2 moments in this game where I legitimately did not know the cutscene had ended and the gameplay was back on and I was back in control of Senua.
Yes.
I agree
with that.
That just doesn't I was sitting there we're not going to do spoilers, so we're going to be very careful.
No spoilers.
But again, she was resting, and I thought it was still a part of the kind of little cutscene that they did, and she was resting. And I was like, boy, she's taking a long time to get back in the action here. And then after 15, 20 seconds, I was like, and I pushed my controller, and I was like, oh, that wasn't part of the cutscene. I got it. Okay, I'm back in control. Yeah, I was like, okay, all right. So this is how good it is, how seamless it is. Obviously, the quote unquote experts in Digital Foundry have confirmed the same thing. Like, this is like all seamless.
It's seamless.
Like,
it's all in game. It's all in engine.
It's all in game. It's
not even. I'm not gonna say in engine. It's in game.
Yeah, it's in game because you can go in the photo mode at any time, even during cutscenes. It's all the same models. Everything is exactly the same. It does not matter. It does not change from gameplay to cutscene. Like, it's stupid. So I was absolutely mind blown. The audio, of course, because I did start obviously with headphones, as you should if you can. The audio is ridiculous, and it's not just the 360-degree voices. It's not just that stuff. It is every little environmental thing, the combat, every part of it is captured in some of the best, if not the best, game audio I have ever experienced in my life. Is that a part of the experience? Yes, absolutely. So is that got to be taken into context because they've done this specifically to create a certain environment that you are supposed to be going through? Yes, absolutely. But I'm not going to take away from it and say that this audio is not the best, some of the best, if not the best audio that I've ever heard. It is. Every little thing is captured here. I love it. Ninja Theory hit a grand slam with this one. This is definitely something, I said it weeks ago when we first started talking about, kind of what we thought the reception of this was going to be, right? And people were talking about, is this going to be the massive hit that, Xbox needs? Is this going to be their, AAA over the shoulder narrative driven game that does what, God of War and all those do? I said no. I didn't think so. I thought it was going to be divisive. I said I thought I had a chance on PC to catch a little fire because it is a showpiece, and a lot of PC players like showpiece games just to see what their rig can do, to show it off. Again, there is no better looking game than this. I'm not even going to argue with anybody. We will just agree to disagree out the bat. If you want to try to show me anything else right now, this is by far the best looking game ever created. Okay, hands down, and I don't care. I will say that confidently. Again, Cyberpunk 2077 with all the mods and everything turned and cranked up with all the ray tracing is a gorgeous game, and there are squint moments where you can look at it and say, that looks like real life. I've seen stuff like that. But just from a pure graphical standpoint, what they did with Unreal Engine here is nothing short of magic. They used every bell and whistle that Unreal Engine has, and it shows. And they had that new state-of-the-art mocap, and they used every bit of that money that Microsoft and Xbox gave them. So I think that Ninja Theory did exactly what they set out to do. They rightfully set the bar in a lot of areas. Okay, as far as the story goes, I love the story. I love the story more than the first one so far. The first one was extremely personal for Senua, and it was her struggling, right? Her struggle was what the focus was. I understood the meaning behind it. I got what they were putting us through. I enjoyed the first story, the 85% of it that I played through. I enjoyed it. I thought it was very well done. This story is, I think, more complex. Now, some people say it's tropey. Some people have said, I don't know why this exists. I don't know what to tell you guys. Again, I'm easily entertained. I've always told you guys that. But what I would tell you is that I'm listening to all the lore in this one. I am absolutely enjoying every interaction that Senua is having with the other characters that they are introducing and with the voices themselves. I think the voices themselves this time are they telling you more, like as far as what to do in this one so that people don't get stuck like a lot of people did in the first one? Yes, they are. But if you're listening to them, they are telling even more of a story as well. And they are being even trickier than they were in the first one with how they're trying to sometimes confuse Senua, sometimes help her, and you don't know which is which at times. So I'm enjoying everything I'm seeing and everything that I'm hearing. This is a movie-like game. This is absolutely it. Mechanically, everything is better than it was in the first one. To me, people have said the combat regressed because you're not taking on multiple enemies. The AI just stands there. Listen, it's a design choice. It is something that obviously Ninja Theory did, but because they made the combat itself more cinematic, because they did all that work to mocap every single basically motion in the battles, because of how they have choreographed some of the battles. And again, I'm not going to spoil, but some people have already talked about it, but because of how they choreographed and shot some of the combat scenes, it is much more visceral than the first one. Much more visceral. I found it now twice as well in this game. Especially early on, there was one combat sequence that I found almost tough to get through, not because it was hard, but because mentally I was getting exhausted. I was getting sick to my stomach. And this does not happen. This is a dude who's been playing gory ass killer video games for so damn long. There's not much that gets to me anymore. Like, I am desensitized. Like, I don't do horror. You guys all know that. So I don't do like that type of stuff. But just a straight up fight, like, I don't get that feeling. That goes back to what they're doing here, that I think that some people are going to appreciate. Not everybody's going to feel this way. I am even more attached to Senua this time than I was in the first one. I am empathizing with her situation even more in the first one. The entirety of the game is bringing me into her shoes even more than the first one did. I am literally feeling along with her in a lot of this, and I have that ability. I can do it in certain movies, and I've done it in certain games, but to this degree, I don't know how many have actually brought me to this level. And that is a testament to Ninja Theory. And again, it's not going to be for everybody. I said weeks ago that this was going to be a divisive game. I said that the potential was there, where there was going to be people who did not like what Ninja Theory did with it. Because the first one was similar to that, but I knew going into the second one that a lot of people were going to have expectations of a different game, and they weren't going to do that because we were told we heard they were keeping a lot of the puzzles. It was going to be a similar experience as the first one. It was going to be a shorter experience. I knew it could be divisive. That's why I said it wasn't going to hit a 90. I still thought it had a shot at that high 80s. And guess what? If the outliers weren't in the reviews, and if the 3 stars didn't count as 6s, like they shouldn't for Metacritic, it probably would have hit mid to high 80s, right? And I think that's where a good spot for this game is.
Mid at least, yeah.
Yeah. I definitely think so. But I can't say enough about the game, even if, and this is again coming from a guy who is admitting that he might not be able to finish this game because of what it does to me. I'm saying that from that standpoint. I'm looking at this game. This game should be in Game of the Year conversations. It definitely should win multiple categories in the awards. I don't care what else comes out this year. Acting is freaking ridiculous, off the charts. This is exactly why you bought Ninja Theory. And again, if you disagree, if you think they should be doing something else, if you think this should be an open world God of War-esque type game, so be it. I'm not going to argue against you. I want Ninja Theory one day to go back to it. Right. I want Ninja Theory one day to go back to it, but this is their specialty. No, this is their specialty. This is what they wanted to set out to do. This is the game that they started with the first one that they are now continuing. This is Senua's experience that they are delivering to us. And this one, I believe, opened up that experience even more in different ways, set the bar in many, many standards. And I think that every other aspect was bumped up by Ninja Theory in this case. And I also want to say, why are people not talking about how this is basically bug-free?
Essentially. I haven't seen anything.
I have not seen a damn thing. And in 2024, yes, that should be given flowers, because that's not how most of these games come out, especially a game that is so tech-heavy. that is pushing boundaries to come out, which means they spent the time and effort that we constantly say that other devs aren't doing to make sure this game is optimized. Look how it's running on the Series S Steel. That potato is running one of the most technologically advanced games ever. Why? Because the devs actually took the time to optimize it and make sure it was working well on consoles. They didn't make the console players second-class citizens in that way. They actually made sure they were putting out a good game. And lo and behold, here it is. So I got nothing but praise for Hellblade 2. It's not a perfect game. Again, yes, there are little things here and there. The combat, like I said, I believe it's upgraded just from the total experience. But are there moments where the dodge or the parry doesn't seem to work exactly like how it's supposed to? Yes, I've come across those moments. Could you have had multiple enemies rush you at once to create even a little bit more tension? Yes, I certainly would like to see. But again, that's now getting into what I would have wanted to see here. But do I think overall for what Ninja Theory set out to do, they accomplished it? 1,000%. I think they accomplished it here. And I think it is deserving of the praise it's getting. It's not a tech demo for everybody who wants to run with the tech demo stuff. That is a bunch of bullshit.
No.
Stop it. Stop it. The Matrix demo was a tech demo. Okay. Again, I don't understand you people who are, I don't understand people who've been gaming for a long time why they all of a sudden suddenly decide to disparage certain games when they know damn well we have a whole genre of graphic novel games that are called games. It's a genre. We have one of those that are legitimately an action book on your TV, and that is considered a game. We have another genre of rhythm-based games where all you simply do is tap coordinating buttons to what's on your screen, which is highly talented, by the way, right? I can't do it.
What's talented?
And the people that are masters.
QTEs?
Right. Doing rhythm-based games? Yeah.
Oh, rhythm-based game. I thought you meant QTEs.
No, rhythm-based games.
No, that's
rhythm-based game.
I think QTEs are lit.
Right. That's basically what it is. But we have a whole genre that's widely accepted. Why all of a sudden a game comes along that sets out to be a high-level cinematic narrative experience game, but because it doesn't play like everybody's most favorite popular side of the equation and their cinematic experiences, because this one leans even more into the cinematic and narratives than the other side does, all of a sudden now we're calling it a tech demo. Now all of a sudden we're downplaying it because, oh, it's only so many hours long. It's the game that Ninja Theory wanted to create. It is a game through and through, folks. This is a video game, okay? It absolutely is. And it's absolutely deserving of praise. And certainly, valid criticism are always welcome. And if you didn't like it because it's just not your style, I totally get it. I totally understand that. Yep. But let's not run around and start saying this game is a 4 or a 5.
Hey man, okay. The Matrix Tech demo had more in it to do, man.
No, it didn't. It's fucking bullshit too. Whatever.
Hey, anyway, maybe somebody,
I mean, get on this Hellblade 2, and then you got to roll right into what else you've been playing because you do have some other interesting stuff to talk about as well. But go give me your perspective, Steel, on Hellblade 2.
Oh man, it's been very interesting to see how things have been playing out for Ninja Theory and Hellblade. As somebody who played the first game, I want to say probably a year or the year prior, I have a very recent opinion and thoughts about Hellblade in totality, right? I have not finished the second game yet, mainly because another game came out that took my attention, but I can't be too far off. I think I'm getting to the point where I'm getting ready to fight the second giant or something like that. But nonetheless, I'm not going to get any deeper outside of that. I'll start with the positives first. For me, Hellblade 2 is doing all the same things that Hellblade 1 did, except it pulls me in even more. I found myself, because I was debating on whether or not I was going to have gameplay up for today's show. I decided no and just went with Wuthering Waves because, I mean, Hellblade 2, not everybody has played it. I don't want to give people complete spoilers on the show if it hasn't been at least a couple weeks to a few weeks removed. So at least Hellblade, because it is more story focused, it is more cinematic of a game, and I want people to be able to experience that for whoever wants to experience it. But it's a very gripping game from the very beginning, just the same way that the first game was, in every way, shape, and form. It makes you feel as though once you are in the game, or once you are part of the experience, because there is a blend between, I can hear the side that when they're talking about the game side of it, comparatively to the first one, and I can hear the side that's talking about it being more cinematic and the issues that kind of come along with that as well. For me, I enjoy the experience that they are giving us here, 1000%. Thus far, there has not been a single moment that I've looked at and been like, oh man, this is worse than what I had in the first game. The game is extremely gorgeous. It is extremely impressive to me also that especially earlier on, as you start progressing through, you can kind of start telling, or at least have a better idea of when you can or cannot put the controller down. But even then, it kind of becomes questionable. For me at least, which I think is extremely impressive, because that first time when I put my controller down, when she was climbing up the rocks in the beginning, I was like, oh, she's just going to climb it automatically. And the character stopped moving. I was like, oh, I thought it was a cutscene. Like, what's happening? Did the game freeze? Like, what's going on? So then I just moved the stick real quick and I saw her move. And I was like, oh, okay. So this is how this is going to be. I'm not really going to be able to truly tell right then on whether this is a cutscene or whether this is in-game. Which again, I think is completely impressive in itself. And if that's not something that you like, and again, we are getting more games that are blending that, right? But I'm not talking about, oh, you can tell it's a cutscene, the graphics are the same, and then boom, it gets behind the character now. Like, you can see the transition. No, there's just seamless transitions. Like how you get in God of War almost. It's like that, but even more seamless than that. At least from what I was feeling. The audio is, I still don't, again, I'm not the most technical person when it comes to audio filing and all that stuff. I don't know how much better it is than the first game. I feel like maybe it is a bit better, but the first game did really damn well with the audio. So I can only imagine that the second game did much better. But to me, I can't really tell. I've been playing Call of Duty and other games that require you to have that spatial audio, 360 audio, all this other stuff. And again, I'm using Dolby Atmos, so I don't know how much it really goes into this and what the true differences are. Like, the thing for me about the audio and why I will not go jump in the air and say, yeah, it's great. Because as much of a technical masterpiece as it may be, it does not get the point across outside of your first game. It's a transition, it's an add-on, but it can't be a main piece if everybody can't tell the noticeable difference. If everybody just says, oh yeah, it sounds good. It's similar to the first Hellblade. If that's what people walk away with, I don't know if you went as beyond as people kind of expected you to. So that would be a little bit of my first critique. Again, could just be me being a casual noob, whatever you want to call it. I'm not one of those. I'm not one of those dudes. But in comparison, like, you can tell it's clear, it sounds different, it's more vocal, they're doing it more often, but I can't tell if it's because they're doing it more often or if something actually changed. So that could just be a me thing. The combat. The combat in this game is the best and also the worst part. The reason I say it's the best is because the combat in the first game did not feel the way that it does in the second game. It does not. I don't care what anybody says, what they try to argue with, or the points they try to bring up. It does not feel the same. Point blank, period. In the second game, it feels much more visceral. It feels personal. It feels like you are actually doing these, like you're doing the hits that you're inputting, and that's because of, you can tell that that's where they elevated, because the mocap and the additional steps, the additional funds they were able to get for that, you can tell where that investment was, right? 100% I can feel that. The reason I say it's like on the opposite side, while it's also the worst, is because in comparison to the first game, they did take the feel of being overwhelmed away. And they did make it feel like the first one did not feel as on rails as the second game feels. Even the combat section. I have been in the 3 different main combat sections. Where in the middle, towards the end of the combat section, they all did the same exact transitions in combat. The guy runs into me, I can knock him off, then I get up and turn around and get ready to fight him. So it happened again in the second fight, happened again in the third fight. It makes you question, where's the variance in the combat? Where's the variance in these cutscenes? Where's the variance in these transitions into this where I'm fighting the next person? Which I think they could have avoided if they would have made it more like, oh, maybe that should have been a quick time event. Oh, here, press a button or QTE, something to actually get you to transition off of this from whatever character was trying to get to you. Now, for the sake of story, for the sake of presentation, I like the way that it was implemented. What I don't like is it started feeling very same-ish. Or when I had 2 times, same thing happened where a guy jumps on my back and I do the exact same animation to get him off of me. In a game that's like this, you cannot have repetitive action sequences. It is going to be very jarring and very telling. That is a negative. That is not an improvement from the first game. Point blank period, it's not. And if people want to say that they want to use that as a knock, I can understand that. And I get it. The combat is not as much, and it doesn't feel like as much because of them limiting it down to a 1v1 fight that is also where you don't have that engagement with the second person that you're fighting, or the next person that you're going to fight, because it's a transition. The first game handled that pretty well, and it is something that I was hoping more so to get from them from a combat standpoint, because they have these things in them. I'm not expecting for this to be God of War, but I am expecting for you to continue to give me the fear that I had when I had to fight multiple people. Fighting one-on-one feels very childish, in my opinion. It is a takeaway from the game. You did make it inherently easier to play the game. Just because the button prompts don't pop up and just because of this, you inherently have made the game easier by default. If they would have added additional things to the combat sequences, it would have drawn the game out maybe an hour or so more. Because people would have had to deal with, oh, am I decent at this game? What difficulty you're playing on? Maybe it wouldn't have been as bad, but there would have been more variance in combat, in the moment-to-moment fights that you were having, in the fear that you have. Like, Senua in the first game feels more like a warrior than she does in the second game, although in the second game, you can tell she's more confident in herself. If you're more confident in yourself, I need you to take that warrior kind of thing that you had into the second game. It shouldn't be, maybe there's a couple sequences where you get people fighting one-on-one and it becomes really personal and these dudes is overpowering. They almost feel like bosses. That's what I was hoping for when the game started. Okay, like 1v1. Oh man, this dude's like a boss. He's about to really give it to me. AI is about to go crazy. AI didn't go crazy. AI did exactly what I expected the AI to do from the first game. The AI does wait. AI does not push you like that, even on hard. Now, the AI can get crazy. Now, if you're not, again, this is where I disagree with people saying that, oh, it's an easy game. You press one button to get through the whole game, just pushing through it, walking. No, you can't. If you, especially on hard, if you're not using timing, if you're just swinging whatever the fuck you want to, you're going to die. Point blank, period. And in this game, death does feel less of a hazard than it did in the first game. which is something else that I like. And I get that in the first game, it was for other reasons, part of the journey that she was going through. She got rid of it or whatever the case. But still, the fact that you had that in the first game, that fear of dying, it added another level of anxiety to your gameplay moments. There were plenty of times, like in this game, I've died more in out of combat moments, in moments that I just felt like, I was doing the thing that I was supposed to do. Why did I get caught? Like, why did this happen? Why did I fail this part? Whereas in combat, I've been close, and there's been moments, and I don't like to die in games typically. So, like, when I get close to those moments, I still get some of those feels for me personally, but it's not as major as the first game made you feel. In the first game, I felt like, if I die, the game's over. I know that wasn't the case, but that's how I felt, right? And that is a takeaway. I don't want to say that the combat is simplistic, because there is variances in things that you can do, and not everybody's going to press the same 2 buttons to get through a combat sequence. You're not going to dodge when you're not going to dodge when I'm meleeing, and vice versa. It's just we're not going to play the same, and it's also going to depend on difficulty. It's going to depend on so many other things. So as far as a step forward in combat, I don't feel as they stepped forward in combat, but they did step forward in the visual side of it, which, to each their own, you have to decide whether that's worthy enough for you or not. Those have been my main takeaways from the game thus far. I don't think that the voices are overbearing. I don't think that they're too much. I like the fact that they're more active and vocal and talking to you. Again, you're dealing with somebody that has psychosis. This is the closest thing that I can understand as somebody who has psychosis. I mean, sure, I talk to myself and whatnot every so often, but not to the point to where Senua does or has it, to where they're literally loud voices talking to you, demeaning you, motivating you, questioning you, doing things. So there is that to consider. The other thing, and I think this is what makes Hellblade interesting as well, because it's the same thing in the first game, I'm still trying to decide and figure out whether Hellblade is based in mythos or is she just seeing shit. Because in the second game, it makes you feel like this shit is real. She's not just seeing shit. Or maybe she is partially, but there is still this mythos and reality that is happening around her, because too many other people also recognize what is happening. That kind of disconnects you from the idea of, this is just happening in Senua's head. And I've gotten to some Reddit posts and things like that where people are breaking it down and saying that, it could all still be in her head. It's just perception. And, it could be an earthquake. And that's why things are portrayed this way. The game doesn't make me feel like that. Like it's just perception to her, because of how other people around her acknowledge what they see and what's going on, especially with the giants, right? Which again, for the mythos purposes, at the time, there was a possibility that there was some form of giants back then. So there could be something to that. I'm just trying to understand of how are they going supernatural, or is this a more of a mind game thing where it is all internal for her? It's just her perspective or her perception on what's happening around her, and these things don't exist. I don't have clarity on that yet, but I haven't beat second Hellblade yet to know whether that's something that they covered or not. Hellblade overall, I don't think deserves less than what the first game got. It doesn't. The first game got an 81. This game deserves at least an 85. Just for the changes in the progression that they have made in the game, on a fidelity standpoint, on a story standpoint, on the way that they make you feel as part of that experience. Now, as a game, it does blend the lines quite a bit. And as a game, I can agree to an extent that it was less gamified this time around than the first game was. And it's hard to deny that that's the case. With the things that they removed from out of the combat, although it feels more visceral, it was removed. It doesn't feel as gamey. It does feel more staged. It does feel like if you get into the flow of it, it is simple. You don't have the threat. It's just the one guy, right? Where the first game didn't have that. The puzzles. I mean, I'm sure some people are going to have a harder time, an easier time, whatever the case. And I've been hearing things from up and down across the board. I don't think that the puzzles in this game were over the top. I don't think that they were overly easy or overly hard. I don't like the fact, although to each their own, where the puzzles were kind of solving themselves, especially when you had to match things up, where as long as you were close enough, it completed the puzzle for you. That to me was them taking critique from their first game where people were like, oh, I can't get it to line up a certain way and it's not lining up and it's frustrating. Again, you can't complain about this shit. This is one thing that I will have to say to you as gamers. You can't complain about this shit being hard to match up, and then when they adjust it to make it easier for you to match up because you're literally pretty much right there, then now it's a problem. So it's like, what did you want? You said it was hard before. And they needed to work on that, because that's what people talked about. Oh, they need to work on the way the puzzles match up. And then they do that in the second game, and now it's a problem because it's too easy. So what did you want? Did you want complicated or did you want easy? Do you want to be able to refine it and match it up perfectly however you want, or what did you want? So that is a confusing thing for me. Some of the other sphere puzzles and other things that they had going on, I liked the thought of that. It made you think. Hey, if I do this, it does this. I don't think that was overly complicated, but I do think it put a bit of fresh air in the puzzles because it wasn't just let me match a glyph up. I like that aspect of it. For me, Hellblade 2 is exactly what Ninja Theory said it was going to be. The only thing that they didn't truly improve on or make better, because I can't say that they didn't improve on it, because they did improve on it. They improved on combat. Whether you care about it or not, or whether you want to hear it or not, they did improve on the combat. It's just not as interesting or entertaining in the moment as maybe the first game may have felt at times, because of the looming threat of there being somebody else in the vicinity that you were also going to need to be able to parry, to dodge, to be aware of, to attack. When you make it one-on-one, there is sacrifices that are made when you do that. And because of that, it does make the game less gamey. Again, if that's a negative for some people, I hear that. The game is, well, I'm probably almost 6 hours in. The game is 8 to 10 hours long. This game was not meant to be God of War. They never said it was going to be that. It's not going to be Heavenly Sword. It's not going to be their version of Devil May Cry. It wasn't going to be any of these things, and this game was never intended to be that. I did want more combat, and this is not what I meant by more combat in Hellblade 2, although as somebody who is a fan of the first game, I can't sit back and say that I feel slighted because there isn't enough in my thoughts. Because moment to moment, I'm still right there and locked in. Moment to moment, I'm still enjoying how the action sequences present themselves, how I control them, how I go through them, the combos that I put together to defeat these opponents that I come across. It does make it more personal in that way. Hellblade 2, unfortunately, is going to be looked down by a lot of different people, and I don't know why reviewers looked. Again, if you were on the side of it needed to be leaps and bounds beyond what the first game was, then I hear you. But the only place that I can say that it didn't really go leaps and bounds in is it being more combat focused. And I also have to reevaluate my playthrough of the first game and say, but there wasn't a whole ton of combat in the first game either. Right? I mean, yeah, they were there, but it wasn't like, and that game was also short. So I don't know what necessarily the perfect blend is. I do hope that they make a third game, but they only need to make a third game if combat is going to be their focus. The reason I say that is because you're doing everything else right. There's nothing that I could genuinely argue about any other piece of the game outside of the combat. And if in Ninja Theory, if y'all hear this or not, if you make a third game and you really hone in on the variance of combat, what you're able to do in combat, the multiple approach, making you feel overwhelmed in combat in moments, that is going to put you over the line that people are looking for. Again, I'm not saying that it needs to be God of War. I don't need an axe I can throw and kill skeletal enemies, and I don't need I don't need ice on my axe and flame and fire abilities. I don't need Spartan abilities, and I'm the God of War all of a sudden. No, that's not what I'm asking for. But you can make it a little bit more Game of Thrones-ish, right? Really give it to me, right? Make me feel like if I do not win this fight amongst this people, among this audience of people that I gotta go against throughout this entire game, I'm gonna have a tough time. Make it more gamey. And that's where you get your additional playtime at. Because you're going to have your people who do blow through it, maybe like myself, possibly, who just are pretty decent at combat in itself. And then you have people who will have some issues with it. Well, they might lose a couple times or whatever the case. But again, it's not like the combat is so complicated that you can't understand it. So overall, thus far, being only an hour or so probably away from beating the game, maybe 2 hours, because I'm at the beach part right now. Right now, the game is still about an 8 for me. Right now, that could change. I could beat it, and it could turn into something completely different. But just from the presentations, the way that it makes me feel, how I feel about it as a game is the weakest part, which is probably why I can't give it a 9. Because I want it to be a 9. I really do. I want it to be a 9. But those things of combat that I've noticed, the repetitive sequences that I have seen, again, it's just when you have a game that is like this is just something that you cannot have. But I would not be so overly negative on the game and say that this is a failure. No, it's not. I almost felt the way on PC before I was able to get the film grain, chromatic aberration, and some of the other stuff off, because I was having a conversation earlier this week, and some people were making me feel like I was just imagining shit. Like, oh, I didn't really see a film grain on there. I didn't really see it. I was like, I can tell that they're there. I was like, what? I can tell that they're there. Maybe it's me playing in 1080p because these people were saying, oh, I'm playing at 4K and 1440. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's me playing in 1080p, but I think me playing in 1080p and playing at max settings should be more telling than somebody playing at 4K. And if I'm telling you, hey, I'm noticing these things and it's making my game look bad, and I'm telling y'all, before I made those changes, the game was a 7. Moving towards it was a solid 7. Just on presentation alone, because of how fucking grainy the game looked. That's how much the film grain was in the chromatic aberration were affecting the game. It was even making things in the distance look weird, with VRS enabled or not. Smoke was blurry, pixelated. Things in the background were blurry and pixelated. I was like, what is happening? But I dropped the mod in, played all that stuff up. None of that stuff does not exist anymore. Black bars are gone, film grain's gone, chromatic aberration is gone, clear picture, looking good, feeling good. And people are like, oh, well, they put the black bars on there to save performance. I can tell you right now, they didn't put the black bars on there to save performance. That is a case sometimes, but in this case, that's not why they did it. I removed the black bars, there's no performance change. It's the same. They put the black bars on there for cinematic effect. not for performance.
1,000%. Like I said, I understand what they're going for. Yeah, they were going for this. Yes,
it is a very cinematic game, and from presentation to how it feels in hands, this is one of those games that is an active experience. It is trudging the line on it being a game or just an interactive sequence or interactive experience. There is a line, and I do need Ninja Theory to decide what are they truly trying to create, because your first game felt gamey. Your second game took some of the gaminess away. So if you make a third game, what are you going to do to make it feel more gamey? And not just puzzles. Because I don't think the answer is puzzles. I really do not believe that people would be happy with more puzzles. I think they would be happy.
Why does it need to be more gamey though, Steele?
Because of how they did with the first game. And you want to see that progression.
But when the first game, like, because it was a small team, right? They couldn't give the full cinematic experience that they wanted to in the first game, but now they can, which means a lessening of what you call a gaming experience, right? Ninja Theory is closer to what they wanted to present this time around, just because they could give you everything else that they did in this game to up that level of the cinematic experience. What happens if they've always wanted to do it this way?
That's not correct, but the point of making games is to see you progress. Unfortunately, Pong, this is something that they set themselves up with.
But
they have set the standard for themselves. You can change the graphics, the fidelity, and the presentation all you want. At the end of the day, you are creating a game. Your first game had these elements. It is fair to say that if you start regressing the combat by removing the interactive ability of the combat, the variance in the combat, when you have these same action sequences happening multiple times in different places, that is regression. That is not improvement. You made a sacrifice for fidelity and cinematic feel for loss of combat flow. Again, if that's what they want to go for, then that's fine. But it is also fair for somebody to look at the game and say, comparative to your first game, where you set the standard as this, we were expecting, again, this is why I was adamant about the combat. They could have had the exact same game, stretched out the combat, and we still would have felt really positive about the presentation, the audio side of it, the story side of it, the way that the game makes you feel from start to finish. They could have added everything that they added in this game and added additional combat. I'm not saying that they got to make it Devil May Cry or God of War. Again, I don't need any of these additional things. I would have liked to see, and I was under the impression, this is part of the reason I went back to their back catalog, and to feel that, hey, because of what you did in this game, in most games, when you see a progression, not, oh, we're going to progress all these other areas and then either stay stagnant here or pull back from it more just so we can make it feel more personal. Now, again, I can't argue with them whether that, I would have to talk with the dev to find out whether that was their goal or not. Because to me, there is an obvious sacrifice that was made in the way that they wanted to present this game.
Right.
When you go from the first to the second, there was a sacrifice. In order to give you the presentation, something changed. And now there's rumors behind the scenes that they didn't start development until 2019. Like, there's other things that are happening behind the scenes that kind of garners to the fact that maybe they didn't have the time to focus on those things. But again, I can only take those things with a grain of salt. But me looking at it as a game, as the player, I was expecting to have what I had in the first game presented better, with more variance, and a little bit deeper combat. That's what I was expecting, because they made her feel like a warrior in the first game. Although she's human, and although this is not her expertise, by the end of the game, of the first game, you felt like she is a warrior. So it only made sense for her to progress further and there to be even more things against her, because in the second game, there should be more against her. She purposely allows herself to be captured in the beginning of the game, right? So it's like, if that's the case, now you're putting yourself in places where things are completely unpredictable. You don't know what you're going to get into. People should be jumping you. But instead, you're telling me that you see multiple people in this arena, but only one dude runs up? Oh, and when you're finished with that fight, the next dude runs up. In an action sequence. It's not like, oh, you parry him. It's a sequence. You don't control that sequence. You body a dude, sequence, fight the next dude. That's what I mean by like the gaminess of it. There was things that you can implement, whether it's QTEs, whether it had been something else, to make it feel more gamified in those moments. If you were going to say, oh, well, we want to make this more personal, so this is how we go about it. It just starts to feel weird for me, but that's my main takeaway from it, right? Out of my expectation, out of how they set the stage, that's why I can see some, not all, because a lot of people are just taking it to the next level and beyond, but why I can understand why people feel like the second game is less gamified than the first game is.
Which is exactly what I think they were going for.
And if that was, then I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, again, I see the perspective and I get it. I understand, absolutely, completely. If you didn't feel the combat was because of those changes, because of what, you and others are saying is a regression, was less than what, you had come to expect out of the first one, that's fine. Like, again, there's no arguing that opinion, obviously. Again, it is what it is. For me, the combat feels elevated because of those changes, because it is more personal, because it is more visceral, because of the camera work and the idea behind all the animation work that they did with training, with the training that they did to capture those moments. To me, the combat is better, right? Even though I can acknowledge, right, that obviously there is no multiple attackers, right? They stand off in the background, that AI. So, I could see why people say that, and I could obviously understand your point. But for me and other people, it is better. It is an evolution instead of just a, upgrade or regression, right? But overall, no, I'm saying the combat is an evolution. It's a change from what they did in the first one for sure. But I think to the experience that at least I'm getting from it, it added to the experience, because each and every single opponent, because it's not gamified, it feels more tense to me, right? Because it is just a different perspective on it. And like that's why I said,
I was going to say, I feel like it's less when you make it one-on-one like that. Now the game is overly simplified. But it's overly simplified the game.
But it's personal, and the enemies, I think the one-on-one enemies are more difficult in certain circumstances than they were in the first one.
It would be one thing if the enemies were so personal to the point, like to my point that I was making about them feeling like bosses. It would have been one thing if they stood out enough to a point to where, and they were doing things that varied enough to make them stand out in a one-to-one scenario. Again, I'm going to be very jaded because I am a combat fanatic. I'm also going to be very jaded because I am accustomed to one-on-one fights. Souls games have trained me to have certain feelings when I get into these moments. And I'm not saying that it is, but it is very fair to say, from the first to the second game, again, if that's the change that they sacrifice, if that's a change that they made, then that's the change that they made. But from first to second game,
and I'm not saying it's not fair either, because it can be, obviously it's personal taste here.
Yeah.
Right. It is. Combat comes down to personal taste, right? And again, you as somebody who appreciates that, again, I just appreciate for what they gave us, like, again, in the experience that I'm having with it, like, I think the combat is an evolution, right? But I think in other areas they stepped way up from the first one, as far as the presentation goes, which is what this game is about, right? To me, it's all about the presentation. It's all about what it makes you feel in that moment. And to me, that is an evolution that they did with the combat.
I agree. I do agree.
So but again, I'm not saying that what anybody else's criticisms are unfair when it comes to specific criticisms like that. I don't think it's a fair criticism to make if that's what they could have done it where they did exactly what you just got done talking about. And they certainly maybe could have still kept the feeling that they are trying to give here. They could have, I'm not saying they couldn't have done that. They certainly could have. I just think it's interesting, the back and forth. Again, I just think overall, Ninja Theory had a specific goal that they wanted to do with this. They created another boutique-like game that is not going to be for everybody, obviously. Again, I don't objectively, Nix, I see you in there. It's not a 5 out of 10 necessarily because of the Xbox tax. It's a 5 out of 10, partly, but more so for the same rant that I've had for nearly 4 years now. The review process is broken these days, okay? The review process for video games overall, not just Xbox, is broken, right? And shout out to Black Viking for coming up with something very well thought out to standardize it, something that I've been talking about, standardized and certified. So no, the low reviews and even some of the high reviews, Nix, because I know what you're going to say, even some of the high reviews, the review system is broken nowadays. Okay. And we need a standardized, certified system that objectively looks at what can be scored in a game, right? Mechanically, all that kind of stuff that can be legitimately scored and still have room for somebody's opinion on the game. But there is no way you look at this and acknowledge all the bars that they have set with this game, right? And then ultimately wind up at a 4 or a 5. That objectively can't happen. That is a complete 100% subjective score. And of course, as we always acknowledge, some of the game or games in general, of course, are going to be subjective. But you can't say they set the bar in all these ways and then come up with a 4 or a 5, which traditionally has been known as a broken game. This is not a broken game in any way, shape, or form.
No.
It is not a broken game. So again, that's where I have a problem with it. You guys already know, made that clear for nearly 4 years where I stand on it. The review process is broken. Yeah.
It's definitely, like Shane G says, how do you not call it a win? It's definitely a win. It should be a win. 1,000%. And I think that's part of my point that I want to make as well, is like, I just don't, what I have a hard time understanding with some people when they're talking about this, is like, you can say that the combat may not be what you were looking for or what you expected or where you would like it to be at, and still acknowledge on how it makes you feel. Because I can't deny that when I get in those combat, as much as I would have liked the additional things that I've spoke to, it does not mean that I still didn't get the feels that I got from the first game, if not more or more intense. Or two things, like we say all the time, the gray area can be still true. That's why I feel like the game is still right now as a game in progress an 8 out of 10 for me, I saw somebody mention, I forgot who it was, somebody mentioned wait till you get to, I think it was Sly Crow. He was like, wait till you get to chapter 6 or whatever, and it picks up some more. Bro, that's exciting to see, because that means it's going to pull me in even further.
Yep.
Out of everything, this game is solid overall. 1,000%. I could just hear the conversation. I can understand where people are coming from, as far as when we get into the conversation of, hey, we're playing games because they're games, not because they're supposed to be cinematic movies, because that's what people complained about that one side is doing, and blase, which again, that's also a bit disingenuous, because again, you can't look at the first Hellblade and then go to the second Hellblade and say that, oh, this game is worse. I don't see that. You don't look at the first game to the second game and be like, yeah, it's a 4 out of 10 or it's a 5 out of 10. even as a reviewer, I just don't see that. But again, if your main crux of that score is because it feels less gamified than the first game does, I can hear it. But what about everything else? Because that's just one part, right?
Yep.
I don't know, and that's just how I look at it.
Yeah, no. I mean, again, it's a conversation to be had. And Nix, if you're being serious, okay, if you are being serious, and again, I give you a lot of credit because I think you're very intelligent and you are very clear with your points when you make your arguments or counterpoints, right? And I wish you had a podcast, or I wish you would reveal yourself as somebody who does have a podcast already, Nix, which I've had my thoughts on before with you. If you are being serious, right, for you, that's fine. That a 5 out of 10 means something different. Go back through the history of video game review scores. Go back and look at the 4 and 5 games and see what the reviewers said. Metacritic's gone back and done a lot of the history stuff where they brought in all the old review scores that they possibly can. Go back and look at the 4 or 5 scores and look at the theme throughout those 4 or 5 scores. There are different levels of trash. Okay. Right. There can even be a lower form of trash. I've played 4 or 5 games and enjoyed the hell out of them. 4 or 5 game has always been a game that is broken, incomplete, but has redeeming qualities. Okay. But at no time has a game that has set the bar from a technical standpoint in a lot of areas ever been given 4 or 5s back in the day. Okay. That is not at all the case, especially a game that has 0 bugs, 0 problems whatsoever.
Yeah. Gotta acknowledge those.
So again, for the history of video games, go back all the way back as far as you want to in the reviews and look at the games back in the day that were given in 4 or 5s. It is well established that when you get down to that range, it is a game with massive problems. Okay, on some level. Now, again, there's variances because there's been games that are certainly 2s, right? There are games that are 3s, right? Awful. But that has been the standard for a very long time. And that's why I say the review process is broken because they used to, again, the magazines, a lot of the magazines back in the day used to break down some of the actual mechanical and technical side of games and give separate scores. They would always have their final opinion, but I think we need to get back to a standardized, certified system. Well, actually, we need to have a standardized system in the first place. We need to get rid of these 5-star reviews. We need to get rid of the 10-point system. We need to get to an actual scoring that works because it still allows for subjectivity. But I think every reviewer needs to do it the same way and expose themselves with transparency so that the outliers, if there is an outlier, can justify where that score came from. Okay? They can justify why they gave it that way clearly. That's the main thing. To the customer, to the gamer. Clearly state why they had this score, right? Partially, it's going to be mathematic. Within those mathematics, there is going to be subjectivity. But an outlier needs to show exactly overall why they came to that score, not just, it's my opinion. Every game is subjective. It's art. It's subjective. This is just my opinion. It doesn't matter. It does matter. And that's still the problem to this day. We know for a fact that there are contracts for these devs that do have bonuses attached to Metacritic score.
Yep.
Okay. So it is impactful. We do know that for those of us here, the vast majority of us in this community who are passionate about this hobby, who live and breathe it on a daily basis, we could give 2 shits about review scores.
Yep.
But the masses still go to your IGNs, go to these sites, go to Metacritic, go to OpenCritic, and look at the overall score or hear from their friends about the overall score to determine whether or not they play a game or try a game. They do.
Stephen Avery, you says we let the ponies bring us to these long debates every time. I don't know if maybe you're newer, whichever the case. Me and Paul don't ever have conversation based on specifically what the community. This is more so about what's happening currently, right?
Yeah. It was just
I mean, specifically based on what's coming from that. This is how people are feeling kind of across the board right now, and we're getting a little bit of a dip in connection here. So sorry if anybody is getting a little connection issues or whatever. We are streaming on Twitter and YouTube simultaneously, so it shouldn't cause any issues. It hasn't been causing any issues, but just hit refresh if you're noticing anything looking weird, and hopefully you'll still be able to enjoy the experience. But go ahead, Paul. My fault.
Jeez, now I muted myself. No, I just think that, again, I don't have all the answers. Again, I'm not claiming I did. Again, go check out the Black Viking on X. If you are on X, go check out the score sheet that he developed. He actually did his review on Hellblade 2 on it. He's taking all the feedback that he can possibly get. He's actually done a lot of work on this thing. People are giving him feedback on stuff that's missing, things that can be changed, things that can be added. What's funny is he's getting pushback from some professional reviewers.
Yeah.
The question is why? Work. Yeah, that's bullshit.
It's too much work.
You are a professional. That is your job.
Mm-hmm.
That is your job. You guys already have turned mass media into nothing but an editorial.
Mm-hmm.
Most of you don't. Again, there's a lot of good ones out there that still do it properly. For the ones that do it properly, adding a absolute score sheet to it to be transparent about where your score comes from should not be a problem to you. Should never be a problem to you. A standardized score system should not scare any professional journalist out there.
I agree.
Unless you know that it's going to subject you to actually proving why you gave a game a score, not just, oh, I felt this way this day about different topics. It should not be that way for a professional journalist at all. But that's where we're at.
I think the main thing about, I mean, just to that point, I mean, we do need to come up with a way that breaks things down a bit simpler, right? And I understand if people want to say that, oh, well, doing that is too much work and you're going through every sentence. And that, I mean, to Black Vikings point, and what I was telling him last night, in the DMs as well, the system is so foolproof that it's hard to mess it up, because even if you wanted to be biased, you'd be forced to be at least a bit unbiased, because you'd have to consider every part of your experience as far as the game goes, which is why I like the breakdown, right? I mean, if you think it's a lot of work, I mean, I don't know what the difference is between you playing a game, getting your experience, getting to the point where, okay, now I'm ready to review it. You have notes or whatever else the case, however you review games. If it were me, I'd probably have notes down somewhere. And then I pull up this sheet that says, it's asking you questions. You're not having to do any research. You're just reflecting on the time that you spent with the game and how do you grade it out of 10 in these different areas. And depending on how you grade it in these different areas, you get a sort of collective grade for this spot. You get a collective grade for this spot, this, and then you get a total grade that helps you, and helps not only you, but also the reader or viewer understand why that grade was given. Point blank, period. Even if people don't get you, like, people want, guys, reviewers want reviewers. Y'all want people to read y'all shit? Are you serious? You want people to read while telling people that they don't read, while telling your audience that they don't read, while reiterating on podcasts that people do not read, that you are so frustrated because people do not read your content. How many times do I need to say read? If they're not doing reading, which involves comprehension, deduction, all the things that are part of reading, then how do you get around that? You come up with a system that is foolproof and easy to understand. It's a form, or it's just an overall grade. What would change outside of the form? You have your grade, that's what people see on Metacritic or whatever else, and one link that they can go to and click on if they choose to understand, hey, on a gameplay level, he felt like this. On a design level, he felt like this. On a mechanics level, he felt like this. On this. Okay, this is why it got this grade. That seems fair to me. And you can see if somebody gives it a 0, because no game deserves a 0. At least there has to be something 1 through 10. There has to be something there. And it's not asking you to explain the 1 through the 1 that you give it, even if that's the case. It's just a collective. It's just part. You could
break it. It still gives, because that's what they used to do back in the day. You could justify or give context to your score to prove your point, just like you do in a written article, Steele, right? Just like in a written article, you could still give that context, right, as to why. But again, breaking it down point by point, exactly like you said, is much more valuable to a consumer to understand where that score came from than just a bunch of words and then a final random number that just shows up. And again, I go read the bad reviews. I go read the outliers, right, to see what they're saying. Sometimes they explain very well, because I actually do read. Mm-hmm. They do explain very well in the context of the article, why the review, why they think that way.
Yes.
But sometimes, a lot of times, it's like they give a bunch of praise, right, for all the good parts of the game. They give a couple nitpicks, and then all of a sudden the score is like an outlier. I'm like, okay, so how did you arrive here? What is this?
And that's the understanding.
How did you make those nitpicks that outweighed all the positives that you gave, right? Or sometimes the reviewer will have stuff that doesn't even matter. There are multiple reviews out there for Hellblade 2 that mention about the acquisition. What the fuck does the acquisition have to do with Hellblade 2 and Ninja Theory?
Zero.
Nothing. Zero.
Zero to do with the game.
Nothing. But people mention it, and then you wonder why there are those of us that do believe the Xbox tax is real. Why would you ever mention that as a reviewer? Because that's a personal thing that you are thinking about
while you're doing the review.
Which is what we need to get rid of. Okay? It needs to be black and white, more so on the objectivity parts. Again, there are subjective parts to game reviews. Of course, some people are going to like certain art direction. Other people are not going to like the art direction. That is still subjective, and you can put that in your score. You can put that in the context. You give your little blurb about why you did this. You still allows for personal opinion. But when a gamer goes to look at that score sheet, right, and they go, oh, part of his score is that he gave the art direction a 5. He didn't like the art direction, right? I like the art direction. So that does not apply to me. Mm-hmm. That's what we used to get back in the day. Again, as somebody who used to read the magazines, read the reviews, look at each box that they broke it down into, it was extremely helpful for me back in the day.
That's it.
When we had to make a decision, right? Because I could look at somebody's review and say, oh, okay, he says this about, whatever section of the game. Okay, cool. I understand that. But I like what I'm seeing here. Okay, so that part's out. I'm different than him. That's not a problem. Oh, this part, I totally agree with him, right? That it allows transparency to show why you arrived at the score, not a bunch of word salad with a random number. We need to get back to that, because again, the point of a review is for the potential consumer, the gamer. It is not for you as the reviewer. You're not writing a blog or a diary post about the game for you. You are trying to inform, or should be trying to inform, potential gamers who may have a difference of likings than you, right? Mm-hmm. Who may actually enjoy the game, right? You want to give them all the information so they can make an educated decision on whether or not they want to play the game. Again, this is for the masses that still do this. This isn't for us who make our own decisions, okay? This is for the masses that are still out there that do take into account these types of scores and these reviews to determine whether or not they're going to play a game. There is still a large majority out there that do that, and that's why these sites still exist to this day. And that is the problem, that we've gotten away from it, where it's just become a personal, oh, I didn't like the game. Doesn't matter how good certain aspects of the game are. I didn't like the game. 6, 5, 4, That's not what it's supposed to be. It should be
telling people to read your review. Why? And that's why you got it.
Right. And people don't read the review. They look at the numbers. So give us numbers, give us a breakdown of how you arrived at that number. So those people that don't want to read your shit, look at the scores and can judge for themselves based upon those scores, where they agree with you or don't agree with you, but overall how you arrived. And it's a much better system. And it will, I believe, curtail some of the outliers, both high and low scores, because people will have to justify with their numbers why they got to that point. And I think that is a good thing. That is not a bad thing. It should never be looked at as a bad thing. Asking for more information about how a review score was calculated should be celebrated across the industry. There should not be pushback ever.
It's mainly so that the devs can get more respect than what a lot of people give them. Or the devs, I think that would even offer the devs better critique than, oh, here, read my biography on why this is bad, or why I felt this way about this game, or why I gave it a 5. Like, it almost comes across, the biggest part of the problem is nowadays it comes across more like you're doing it to cause engagement more than you are doing it at face value for the game. And I know you're doing it for engagement, because people will do anything in the modern era to get those clicks, because that's how you're paid. That's a fact. This isn't, oh, I'm just assuming something. No, this is truth, especially in today's era. Gaming is more prevalent than ever. People just say things to cause engagement. It's not genuinely how they feel. And until we come up with a system across the board, I don't give a damn if somebody feels like it's too much work or not. But just to always Cole's point, he was saying we have regressed, because GamePro and other magazines used to break down what gave the number. Example, graphics, fun factor, control, etc. These are all things, and I 1000% agree with him. Those are all aspects of a game that you should consider. I should not have to read your autobiography to find out why you felt about this way about these different things. And then what's also contradictory is when I do read through it, you have all these good points, but then the 2 bad points make it a 5. It's like, oh, I thought this was going to be an 8 or a 7, and it's a 4? What? Based on what you say, that doesn't make sense.
Right.
That's the problem that people have, right? And I think it's super dope that people are realizing that, hey, man, these things aren't quite lining up. Because again, even objectively, there is no way that you look at Hellblade 1, go to 2, and say, man, it's the same thing. It's the same score. I think you're overlooking all the other aspects outside of what you wanted.
Or it's
and
20
just like
points
I
less,
admitted,
30 points less.
Or yeah. And like even I admitted, just because I was of a certain expectation, and I put that on Ninja Theory as well. You gave us bones. I wasn't expecting for you to be not Ozzy, but for you to be Marilyn Manson and take out some bones so you can blow yourself. I wasn't expecting for you to be able doing that. And hey, that's what he did. That's what he did. He took out 2 ribs so he can give himself blowjobs. Maybe that's a rumor, but hey, I'm pretty sure that was solidified. Just saying,
Demons
man.
Are real. Demons are real.
But you know what I mean? It's just, and I feel like talking about those things definitely should be part of the conversation. We can talk about the different aspects, what you expected, what wasn't there. But we should not miss what they did do. And that is a problem that we are also facing, because it's the same thing with games like Suicide Squad. The game wasn't judged for what it was judged for what it could or should have been, or not even what it should have been, what people wanted it to be. And even me, as somebody who wanted more combat, I cannot step back and say, oh, I'm going to judge the game completely based off of what I wanted. No, I'm going to judge the game based on how I felt about it, what happened during my gameplay, how was it presented to me, how did I feel towards it. And the only negative that I have from Hellblade is that it does feel less gamey. That's it. In the gaming industry, we should be playing games, because it is something that we complain about to Sony about their style of games. But I can't say that about Last of Us. It doesn't feel, it's definitely gaming, and you have full control. You know what I mean? I can't say that about God of War. But again, those games also aren't affecting you on a mental level through audio.
Well, The Last of Us could be argued.
Sure. I can definitely hear that.
For sure.
But then I'm also noticing, unless you're of a certain person, a family man, kids, things, there's certain aspects of the game that may not click for you, right? Or not the same way that people like us, like fathers would, or people who have family and kids and whatnot, who can really get that emotion and attention that Naughty Dog was trying to pull. It's not going to be the same for everybody. Right. So I think that this is a win for Xbox. It's not a win in the fact that it's not a 90. But again, it's just going to be debated. It's going to be determined by whatever Xbox decides to do. Ninja Theory, I mean, people were like, oh man, because this whole thing, when people were like, oh, well, it's less gamey than the last game, and I'm worried about Ninja Theory. Okay, so let's completely miss all the other aspects of the game. Also, let's completely look over the fact that Ninja Theory is already cleared for their second and possibly third game, not in Hellblade, but different IP. And ignore the potential that they truly have, right? I don't know what's going to happen. And I do hope that this game ends up engaging well, performs well, and does whatever the metrics need to do for this game. Because it will be judged as such, regardless of how anybody else feels. Is it a game that is worth a standout in the service of Xbox? I think that it is. But if somebody asks me, hey, I need a graphical showcase that got combat in, I need a God of War comparator. I need a God of War competitor on Xbox. What's that? I wouldn't tell you that it's Hellblade. But no. Hellblade 1 was never meant to be that experience either.
No.
She's not a God of War.
Specifically designed around real mental illness, which they brought in doctors.
So did I, Scott.
And experts to lend plausibility, realism to the experience. This was like a very specific narrative that they wanted to tell, and it was anything but your traditional action type game. It's not your action movie game. Okay, this is not what this was set up to be. This was very grounded in reality, gritty, visceral. That's the story they wanted to tell, and they are telling it through Senua. They are doing that. So again, that's why I said this game was never going to be that game, right? And to everybody talking about the one and done stuff and all that kind of stuff, the disingenuous nature of that conversation is ridiculous. Most people understand, first of all, number one, we're not talking about the console war bullshit, the circus on both sides, who does this no matter what. We're not talking about those people. The people that have, like myself, said they wish that Sony would diversify. That has been the problem. They have leaned so heavily into that type of game outside of your Returnal, Ratchet and Clank, right?
Yeah.
Gran Turismo. Yes, they still make those. But I come from the prime Sony days, PlayStation days, when they were creating massively diverse lineups, trying all sorts of different genres. The point of fact is they have so many of those types of games, right?
Yes.
That one specific type of game, we want them to see other ones. The fact that Xbox has not had those type of games, but they have all these other types of games coming out of their first party lineup, right? To finally get a Hellblade 2, it's gonna be celebrated. Again, I'm not talking about the two sides warring against each other, right? Those goalposts will constantly move. It doesn't matter. I'm talking about the general gamers who said, Xbox, we'd love to see some type of narrative one and done game from you guys. Like, that would be freaking dope, right? You guys got the studios, go do that. Again, Ninja Theory delivered it. Now, different, yet again, from your God of War or, from your Ghost of Tsushima or any of those types of games, right? They did something different here, but I appreciate the hell out of it. And again, guys know me as a gamer. I love all these different types of experiences. There are very few experiences I don't enjoy. Horror, rhythm-based games, you guys know my dislikes. But again, to get one of these games like of this quality, setting the bar in a lot of ways for the gaming industry in totality, bro, it's got to be celebrated. It's got to be appreciated. This is exactly why they bought Ninja Theory. So again, I hope someday Ninja Theory does go do a more action game again, like DMC or like Heavenly Sword. Yeah. They can do that. They've already proven they can do that. But if that's not what the game they want to make is, then so be it. I'm cool with them continuing Senua's trilogy if that's what they're going to do. I can't wait to see what they do with Project Mara, even though if it is more horror-esque, I'm not going to be into it. I can't wait to see. You need a studio like this that pushes the envelope in certain areas. And they are now just a boutique type developer. I'm cool with it. Go do what you do, Ninja Theory. Right? That's about it, because Xbox has a whole lot of other studios that are doing a whole lot of different genres and different takes all over the video game industry. So I'm good with that. Would I still like them to see have a studio that does one game like a God of War or whatever, or Last of Us? Sure, it'd be cool. But if they don't, I'm cool. I got most of my genres covered underneath one umbrella.
So, I don't need nobody making Last of Us if they can't make a multiplayer to go with it.
Well, right. Yeah, of course, Steel, of course. But I'm just saying that conversation, people have been running with that too. Yes, there's a lot of people who are just on both sides that just, again, it's nonsense.
Nah, I mean, for a good group of people, this was a miss for Xbox.
Sure.
So.
Sure. Great.
I mean, again, I don't see it. I don't see it that way.
If this was on the other plastic box, again, call me conspiracy theory. I don't give a shit. If this was on PlayStation, we wouldn't have seen any 4 or 5s or 6s. I guarantee it.
And it's because they set the expectation to be somewhat like.
We'll never know. We'll never know. So it's a conspiracy theory, but you won't get me to change my mind on that. It would be beloved. So anyway.
Yeah, but Raymond says, I think Gears is the closest thing you're going to get to that third person over the shoulder narrative driven game. I don't even think Gears fits in that though. Or like God of War, or like that's not even of that. Though I mean, I would argue that you could fit it in there for sure.
Oh, you
I mean, the way that I felt about Gears, I mean, went through every game has made me feel something. That's why I will always stand for Gears. There's nothing that anybody can tell me about Gears. Like even when Pong talks about the whiny little kids and shit like that, like I would even be willing to argue with him back and forth about why they're not just little whiny kids, but that's because of how invested I have been into the story and how the ebbs and flows of the story are happening and playing themselves out behind the scenes. There's some book stuff that's involved with that. There's things that I do think that it's still a fault to Epic and Xbox for not expanding that IP further. But again, the same problem that you have with Halo, if you don't have anybody else to do it, then what do you expect? You get what you get, because again, Halo's another one of those where we should have a Gears clone in the Halo universe, you know what I mean? Like, or something similar to it, a third-person Halo game, a first-person Gears game. There's so many different things that they could have done to help explain to people what is going on in this world, why this IP is cool, why it matters, and we shouldn't have to go to all these other resources, anime, books, whatever the case, to get those filled-in pieces, right? So, but just to get back to Hellblade, man, again, so far, I'm around an 8 on it. Again, it's about how I'm feeling. If it's only going to get better from there, and again, I am towards the end of the game. I'm about 6 hours in. By the time I beat it, it'll probably be close to 8 to 10 hours. For a $50 experience, if I do it $1 an hour, no, I didn't get my 50 hours out of it. Do I look at every game that way? Not every game. But I was never under the anticipation that expectation, I should say, that this game was going to be a 50-hour game or 40-hour game, 30-hour game. I was never expecting that. I wanted it to be 20 hours, because I thought it was gonna be combat. Maybe you get some end game stuff where you can get some survival trials or something cool. I would have liked to see to add more gaminess to it, right? I mean, I will add that to it. There's things that you could add on, and after you beat the game, hey, here's a survival mode that you can just. You put you in an arena, we're going to send as many enemies as we can at you, and you just survive as long as you can. I think that would have been dope as far as games go, and that's what I mean by, hey, if these are the changes you're going to make for the main piece of the game, just like Spider-Man, you can add other things to allow people to continue to enjoy that experience in a different way. And whether they do or not, and again, I don't see anybody talking about New Game Plus for Hellblade either, and the voices that they add and the additional context that those voices add to the experience as well. Again, that's not going to be for me. I'm somebody who's probably not going to play Starfield again because I've already beat the game. I'm still trying to decide whether the DLC is going to be worth it or not for Starfield, whether I even try to play the game again, because I've already beaten it. Right? So it's like, for me, those are things that you could do to make it more gamified for me. Those are the things that I would have liked to see. But taking it for what it is, just how I feel about it, man. So yeah, so I think it was a good talk.
Yeah, no, we had a great discussion. Again, this has been ongoing. Again, it's one of those weeks. Again, the Hellblade 2 needs its flowers, should get its flowers for everybody who is loving it. And again, the conversation around what a lot is going to be this stuff. Again, it always happens. Like, this is what stirs up the pot a lot of times, and there's going to be different opinions here, but got to talk about it because it is an ongoing, and it's not just Xbox. Again, when we talk about these reviews, it's not just about Xbox. We have talked about this before many, many times about other games across the industry. And when this happens, there are certain devs, certain publishers, certain IP that get more forgiveness than others. We talked about this with Star Wars, right? So again, it happens across the board. We talked about it with Hogwarts Legacy and the negative, right? And the people not giving it a fair shot because of its attachment to J.K. Rowling. We've talked about this. The review process is broken across the board. It's not just about Xbox, right? It just so happens this week, Hellblade 2 caused a stir with some of the reviews and some of the conversations around it and all this kind of stuff. So anyways, a great conversation again about Hellblade 2 and about what we thought there, Steel. But you also got to talk about Wuthering Waves, because I know you hopped into this and I got some people in the chat asking about Wuthering Waves because you got it in the background. Mm-hmm. You've been playing that too this week, Steel, haven't you?
Yes,
brother?
Yes, I have. I've definitely been in the Wuthering Waves. Let me go ahead and get this super chat out the way real quick from Dan the Man Cunningham with
Let's go,
5
Dan.
bones. He says, "This is why I listen to your podcast, guys. You have differing opinions and talk it out like adults with respect. If only the community did the same." Look, I can't control the community, but me and Pong have always been consistent about the kind of conversation that we have. And I think it's me and Pong always talk about it all the time. We also believe in the gray side of things, right?
Of course.
Things don't have to be one way or the other. Just like I openly admitted, hey, the combat can be a bit weak for me, but it doesn't inherently bring down the entire experience and what I enjoyed out of the game, right? It's funny how two things can exist and be true, and I don't have to stay on one side or the other side because I believe both, right?
You can hold competing ideas in your head like an adult.
Like that just makes sense to me. So, but yeah, Wuthering Waves. So, Wuthering Waves, to answer Fahim's question from the back, yes, it is a PC game, but it is, I guess, ideally first it would be considered a mobile game, just because gacha games have become kind of a mobile standard, typically. This game is available on Android, iOS, and PC currently. It's also supposed to be coming to PlayStation. I am hoping that they delayed it coming to PlayStation because maybe Xbox got into the conversation. The only reason that I would like to see that is because PlayStation already has Genshin, right? Mm-hmm. They already have Hoyo in the bag. The Honkai Star Rail's also on PlayStation. I would love to see Xbox step more into competition and say that, oh, well, if you guys got Hoyo, then we're going to get Kuro. Complete that way, because honestly, Wuthering Waves for those who have played Genshin or are familiar with Genshin, is very similar to Genshin Impact, but I would describe it as the adult version of Genshin, right? If you are a JRPG fan, this game is probably much more of your ilk than a Genshin would be. The way the open world approach, they do a lot of similar things to what Genshin does, but nonetheless, it's an action adventure gacha game. Gacha just being that you are rolling for characters, where you're going to end up rolling for some characters. There's banners and things that you pull from. There are characters that you unlock through the game, so it's kind of similar to Grand Blue Fantasy, if you want to use that as an easy comparison, where you go through the game, you unlock characters and whatnot. They do have some of that in here. Those are considered your free-to-play characters, and you can build those out over time. But this game is essentially about, at first, as you going through this journey, mainly it's the story, which can take umpteen amount of time, right? It's an open world game, so there's something else to keep in mind, but it's an open world action adventure game, JRPG style, very in that ilk, right? As for those who can't see, it's the combat is more oriented in the way I would say it's somewhat has some ilk from Devil May Cry, has some ilk from the Fate series, has some ilk from, I'm trying to think of some other good, let's say Scarlet Nexus. I go back to Kuro Games' last game, which was Punishing Gray Raven, which was also a quote unquote mobile game that also came to PC in its 1.0. And that was also very action heavy, oriented combat based. Also more so like in the style of Metal Gear Rising Revengeance with Raiden, where it's just very, very over the top, very artistic. It's about the combat flow. The main thing that gives me high interest in this, because people can say, oh, this is the Genshin clone. It's not, because this is so much more skill oriented versus you just bashing on things until you beat it. Right? There's a parry mechanic, which is, you don't have a specific parry button, but you have to attack. When you attack the same time the other enemy attacks, and they'll pop up with like a yellow highlight around, with like a yellow circle around them to kind of give you the idea of timing. You can parry their attack that way, and that lessens their essentially like their block meter, and to make them vulnerable, right? And that's kind of the goal of this. This is the anime-esque version of what I would say the Arkham dance, right? Because you do get into a dance with these different characters, and I approach it along the way. A lot of people who play these gacha games say, hey, well, it's supposed to be, you're supposed to get the best team and play the meta and all these great stuff. That's not how I play these games. That's not how I typically approach these things. I would rather go approach it from an aspect of, oh, what do I like about these characters? Okay, how do they blend together for me? How do they look, right? What is their art style? Those are things that are always going to speak more to me more than anything. So that's my kind of approach to this. So Wuthering Waves, it just came out. It's having its fair share of issues on mainly mobile devices. From what I know, people are saying that this is comparable to how Cyberpunk 2077 released for certain users. And I don't know about all that. I think that might be a bit far-fetched, but nonetheless, it is it's very big in topic in discussion right now, just because it is a direct competitor to Genshin Impact. For those who have played it, this is, again, it's the main competitor to it, and there's nothing else that is out there like it. If you want to compare it to a Tower of Fantasy or Honkai Impact the Third, or even I think Honkai Star Rail wouldn't be a good comparison. And these are all games that I've played very lightly, for the most part, not as much as other people have, but it is definitely my main addiction right now. This is it's going to be in my main rotation for some time. I'm planning on making some content for it at some point, maybe when I get close to end game, to give people a real feel of how I go about it. But yeah, man, it's a super fun game to play. It's free to play. I'm approaching it as a free to play player. I'm not even getting the battle pass or anything, because I want to see how much the game is going to give me up front, or in its experience up to me getting to end game. And because there are so many other games that are out there, by the time I get to end game and I get my builds together and I'm back in this, because at the end of the day, once you do everything, right? And this could be after hundreds of hours that you've played, but when you finally get into the end game, the true end game just becomes kind of like what you do in the Division or other games like it, where you kind of just check in, do your dailies, weeklies, stuff like that. Maybe you grind with some other people in co-op, because they do have monsters that you can use, which I continue to forget about using them in combat, so I'm still getting used to it. But they got monsters that you can catch in the open world. Well, you defeat them and then you can catch them, and it's kind of like Pokemon in a way, except you're not like hitting them weak and then catching them. You're literally defeating them to have a chance to catch them. And they have different rarities and stuff like that, different tiers. Also, they have shiny versions of them. So if you get one, if you see a monster in the world that's all red, you might get a shiny version that's like yellow, for as an example. That's an extreme example. I don't know if that actually happens, but I do know, for example, there's a black tortoise that's in this game that's super dope, dances all the time and everything. Instead of the black version, you can get a white version. So there's stuff like that in there. It's super dope. Fahim, the dude with the sword, his name is Calcharo. I just unlocked him yesterday. He's one of the premium characters that you can get right now if you roll for him. I actually rolled for him last night, ended up getting him. He was the main character that I wanted to get after I saw his gameplay combat some time ago. So yeah, man, for everybody that's interested, I would definitely say check out Wuthering Waves. If you have it on mobile, if you can play on mobile. I'm not really a mobile dude personally, but definitely jump on mobile if you can. If not, get it on PC. It's available in the Epic Store, and also they have their own launcher as well. I'm doing it through their own launcher. And yes, Staccato, they even have a decent roguelite mode. I haven't got to that yet. I don't know if, again, I think that's part of the end game, but there's a lot of things that they're doing in this game to interest you as a gamer or as somebody that wants to throw more of your time into it, especially it being more skill-based, right? I mean, of course, you can get in here and just press buttons if you want to, but towards the end game, that's when you start really focusing on your skill and getting better, not because there's enemies and bosses that you'll fight that will one-hit you. And so you have to know the mechanics and stuff like that, and get better at the game. So Wuthering Waves, yeah, man, it's my current addiction. Probably going to be my addiction for quite some time. It's made me put down Ghost of Tsushima. Don't know when I'm going to be able to get back to that. I mean, it even made me put down Hellblade currently, which is why I hadn't beaten Hellblade up to this point. And right now I'm up against the wall because the first Descendant drops its final test today, apparently, and I'm not planning on playing the test. So unless somehow miraculously we get a squad and we decide to jump in there as a squad, because I haven't played with a squad with nobody, only played solo. So and that's supposed to really be, it was rumored before to release in June. So if the first Descendant is releasing next month, and I also have this game, and then time goes as they go, work might be turned into what it needs to be. Like, there's just, where's my time going to be to play these games that are going to ask for my time, right?
That's why I didn't jump in, brother. I was totally going to download. I had signed up for, the pre-release and everything else. Like, I was in, like, on Wuthering Waves, because I love what I'm seeing here. But I had the download screen up, and I was like, I just don't have time, man. I can't do it. Like, I'm looking at my game catalog and I'm like, I can't add Wuthering Waves to this. I can't. Oh, I really want to play it, but I just can't add it to it. I'm just like, I got to hold off. I can't do it. God.
Yeah, the main reason, Kyle, that I'm like holding, because I'm already convinced in playing the game. Like, the first Descendant doesn't need to do anything. So for them to say that, oh, we made things drastically better, Jesus Christ, like, how much
if
better?
That's the case,
I don't need any. Like, I don't need to be convinced anymore. You already convinced me before, and if it's even better, then hey, that makes me even more excited. So that's what gets me hype about that.
When is that actually launching? Do we have an actual launch date on that?
No, it doesn't have an actual launch date. I guess it's going to be dependent on, again, before it was rumored to be in June.
Yeah,
but they still have a plan for summer. I think it's going to really just depend on their feedback on this last beta test that they do to decide how close they are to releasing. Because they could do this beta test and say, you know what, we've gotten so much good positive feedback, we're going full release.
Yeah.
So I mean I don't know, but I thought it was.
I can't wait. I loved when I saw you playing it. I do definitely want to hop into.
It's really fucking fun, bro.
I can't wait for that. Nixie, I will be trying X-Define at some point here because it is free. I'm obviously going to download it and check it out. What I've been hearing so far is it still needs a lot of work. So I'm okay with holding off on it right now, but I'll be checking it out. You know me, I check out most things that are free. Again, it'll happen at some point. Scott Gamer Dude wanted to know what controller you're currently using on PC, Steel. Is it that weird
I am still using the Fly Digi Vader Pro 3.
Yes.
This controller right here. Hold on, let me get it. I'm using this controller right here. I mean, I do still have my Elite Series 2. My wife mainly uses it now since I've gotten this controller. Mainly because my other Elite controller, the rubber grip started falling off, right? It's uncomfortable to use, uncomfortable to play. I mean, honestly, I could just put a new case on it, and I probably will at some point here. Just put an entirely new case on this, but it's like, damn, I paid $200 for this controller. And have the issue that I have with it, where this controller, it was $80. Yeah. Right? It has all the same functionalities, actually better sticks. It has Hall sticks. Configurable
certified
mouse
Xbox
clicks. It's not certified for Xbox, so I would definitely warn against people getting it for console. I don't know. I don't think that's a greatest idea, especially with the third-party stuff that they've been going through.
But as far as like controller,
but if you're looking to get something for PC, like it even has extra buttons here and everything. Like this is the controller I was using for when I was playing Tekken heavily too, and it felt really pretty damn good. Again, this is definitely one of the better controllers that I have owned over the years. Is becoming like my favorite.
$80 for Hall sticks. Holy shit!
It's making me question whether the Elite Series 3 may be even worth it to me, especially if it's $200 again and it doesn't have other particular features that I may be looking for. But again, I'm not like super anal about a lot of that stuff. I just want my controller to work, and I don't have to worry about it. So
yeah, and I gotta say, I'm still using my Turtle Beach Stealth Ultra that I got the first time I've ever bought an expensive controller. I love it, bro. Love it. Obviously, I've been playing a lot more PC lately. I've been using it on my PC constantly. Battery life, depending on how much where you have the settings at, isn't great by any stretch of the imagination. That's the one complaint everybody had, is like they rated it like 20 hours. Bullshit. You're never going to get that, especially if you got a headset plugged in. If you wire in a headset, you're never going to get that out of it. But honestly, it does have good battery life, but I love the feel. Like the feel of it is fantastic. So again, and that one is certified for Xbox. So I don't have any problems with it. But that's the first time I've ever spent that much money on a controller by a long stretch, and I am very happy with the purchase. Yeah, I'm very happy with the purchase. Every once in a while, another thing is obviously it's Bluetooth. It does have the Bluetooth adapter, which is easy to set up. I've had it disconnect here and there, but very rarely, very rare. And most of the time it's because I had like my phone close to it or something that was going to interfere. So depending on your setup, I've had minimal problems with disconnects on it. It's super responsive. I love, again, the feel of the triggers, of the sticks, the Hall joysticks, all of it is top notch for me. And again, I haven't owned anything else, so don't get me wrong. I've played with an Elite before. I played with Buddy's Elites before, right? So I understand what those do, and they're certainly have their quality standpoints. But for a Turtle Beach product that I was kind of like, oh God, do I do Turtle Beach? I gotta say they put a lot of premium stuff into it, and I'm a sucker for digital displays on my controller that just look neat. I gotta admit, they take away from battery life, but they look neat. But very easy to use that as well while you're game playing to change things on the fly. Mic settings, all that kind of stuff work flawlessly. Love the Turtle Beach Stealth Ultra if you're looking for a certified Xbox controller with Hall sticks. So yeah. Steel, I want to mention this too before we move on. Yeah. Welcome to the show, everybody. Live in Split Screen. If you're all just jumping in here, yes, we are still going through our opening. We had a big conversation obviously about Hellblade 2. We do that, right? We do that. We will combine if it's about a game that we're currently playing that just came out. We kind of mix that all in. We don't make it a separate topic. most of you guys have been here for a long ass time. You guys know how we roll. So, and then Steele had to get into Wuthering Waves as well because he's been playing a lot of that. And I really wanted to download it. I was just like, I can't do it. But I did want to mention this too. A lot of people don't pay attention to this stuff. Warhammer fans, it was Skulls Week this week, right? So we got updates on Warhammer games coming. So Mechanicus 2 was announced, which is an amazing turn-based strategy style tactics game. Amazing. We're getting another one. I got to get back into the first one. Again, I own so many Warhammer games. It's not even freaking funny. Like, I got so many to play. And we also got a new look at Space Marine 2, which Steel, I think you were on board. We are. Again, if we don't get the Phoenix collection this year, we are going to be set with Space Marine 2. It is going to give us that Gears of War. They announced this week PvP, PvP co-op and campaign all day one, all in the same package. No, as far as any kind of monetization, microtransactions are all going to be cosmetic only. Only cosmetic. Everything is included. 6 classes for the multiplayer to choose from. You'll be able to customize. They're going to have all different customizations for Steel. Third person base shooter. This looks better and better, Steel. Unbelievable that it keeps looking better, but my God, we're going to have some fun. Looks absolutely good. This might be Warhammer's biggest hit of all time. I'm calling it right now. This might be the game that sets. Warhammer's always been hit or miss on their games, right? And it's always been something that either people enjoy and respect the Warhammer universe, or they just don't like the looks of it or just get turned off by it because there's so much to it. I think this one actually breaks through. I think Space Marine 2 is going to set the world on fire. September 15th is when it's launching. Perfect timing before everything else gets fired up. We are going to have a lot of fun. You guys are going to be hearing a lot about Space Marine 2. I'm feeling it coming this fall because Steel and I are going to be deep into Space Marine 2. But anyways, I wanted to mention that with the Skulls Week, Xbox has been a heavy supporter of Warhammer games. They cut deals all the time, but it is free-to-play days. A lot of people don't pay attention to these free-to-play days. I want to shout this out because Warhammer took over the free-to-play days this week with its Skulls. So you can go play the first Mechanicus right now. You can go download it for free, console or PC. Blood Bowl 3, if you're into the Blood Bowls. Realms of Ruin, which is an RTS game that I picked up. I picked up the Ultimate Edition. You could still pick it up, the Ultimate Edition on PC right now. Go to GG Deals. You can still pick it up for $1 or $2 for the Ultimate Edition. And this is it's probably going to be considered not a win for them because the developer put a lot of time and resources into this, making a great RTS. Unfortunately, again, with Warhammer, it's hit or miss for them. This one did not hit with the PC community, but you can go get the Ultimate Edition for like literally $1 or $2. But you can play it on console right now too as well. It's on console, so you can go download it from Xbox. Necromunda, which I have not played. I've looked at it multiple times. It's gotten trashed reviews. It's got a broken system, so I wouldn't recommend Necromunda. But you can go check it out for free this week. Vermintide 2 is free right now as well. Vermintide's a great freaking time. Played a ton of Vermintide with Dealer back in the day. I loved Vermintide, and then Dealer was heavy into Vermintide, so I used to play with Dealer all the damn time. Had a great time in Vermintide. Vermintide 2 is awesome, so go check that out. If you are a Diablo player and you've never checked out the Warhammer Diablos, go check these out. First of all, the Ultimate Edition of Inquisitor is available right now. You can go download it. Inquisitor is a fantastic Diablo-esque Warhammer game. Deep systems, deep class systems, great loot, really fun ass time. If you're into the Warhammer lore, especially the 40K side, go check out Inquisitor. And then of course, Warhammer Chaos Bane. I had played this. They had a couple weeks where they did free-to-play days with Chaos Bane. I beat the entire game through free-to-play days, but it is cool that Chaos Bane is more the high fantasy side of Warhammer, but it is set up like Diablo, same kind of system. They did a lot of work on it. It actually is a really cool game as a Diablo kind of clone. So go play at Chaos Bane. And then they got the card game. Anybody who wants to hop in the card game, Talisman is there as well, which I'm not interested in, but Talisman is available. But I wanted to shout this one out. Rogue Trader just came out a few months ago. Rogue Trader is a classic CRPG, okay, console and PC. this is probably one of the best CRPG. It's not to the level of Baldur's Gate 3. They didn't put that kind of money into it, right? But I downloaded Rogue Trader last night. I've been waiting on Rogue Trader. I'm waiting on some more sales here. It's too new. It's still, they've got on sale right now. It's like $35, I want to say, for this game. But I fired it up last night. I had totally forgotten about free-to-play days this week too. And I was like, I got done playing some Ghosts last night, and I was like, what am I going to play? I'm like, I got to play something before I go to bed. And I was going to fire up Age of Empires. And then I was like, oh shit, I fired up the Xbox and I was like, oh, look at that. Free to play days, Rogue Trader's on there. So I downloaded it and fired it up last night. Only playing through the intro section of it, but the character creation that you can do, the different classes that obviously set some of your basic skills up of how you're going to play as that character. And then they've got backgrounds that you can choose from that also affect that. I love it. I love it already. This is a classic turn-based CRPG. If you're looking for one of the newest ones that come out, you like Warhammer, or even had a little interest in the Warhammer universe, go check out Rogue Trader right now for free. Again, free-to-play days are on. I would highly recommend going download it, because so far, I'm like, yes, sir. This is exactly what I was looking for. So, and it's gotten great reviews too as well. So just want to shout that out real quick, Steel, while we're still here. Let's see, Steel. Let's get into the chat real quick, and then we'll get into this upcoming week of games. All these amazing people in here, always nearly 50 people rocking and rolling with us every Saturday. What is going on? We've got the Nixie in here, of course, making his presence known early and often today. Shout out to you, Nixie. I love the conversation you bring. He says, are you guys looking forward to any Steam pickups in the upcoming summer sale? I have my cart full right now. I told you guys I was looking to get Warhammer 3, Total War, Warhammer 3, because I want to learn how to play Warhammer properly. Total War, Warhammer, because I believe the new Star Wars game that has been rumored that is going to be Total War is going to play similar to that series. I've got the entire series. It's on sale as part of Skulls Week. They're only offering like 37% off the Ultimate Collection with all the DLC. So it's still like $85 for everything. I've got it in my cart, deciding whether or not that's my birthday gift to myself. I've got it in my cart. So if I do that, along with a couple of the other Warhammer games I don't own on PC, I might be not in the summer sale. So, and I've been picking up a lot of just random shit on GD deals for $1, $2, like a ton of codes, like ridiculous. So that's what I'm deciding on. Steel, you're looking forward to the summer sale? I
typically don't look forward to that. Just depends on what games that I'm looking at right now. With what I got on my plate right now, I probably won't. By the time, if anything in there seems appealing to play, by the time I want to play it, I'm sure I'll pay the ducats for whatever it's going to cost at that point. I'll probably end up looking through it. That's what I get excited about. But other than that, just being realistic, I probably won't end up copping nothing though. I typically don't.
I get it for sure. Let me see here. I just lost my spot because I was doing two things at one time here. Really? That's what we're doing right now? Okay. All right. Great. Yep. There we go. Okay. All right. I think we are back. Oh, I should also mention too, everybody out there, Gladius, Warhammer Gladius, which is another strategy turn-based game, is free both on Epic Game Store and Steam matched it. So I picked it up on Epic because I saw the Epic one first, but then Steam also rolled it out as free. So you can go pick up that for free right now on Steam as well, which I did pick up on both ways. So M. Gene is in the house. What's going on? Yeah, Dark Zone 25. 25. Thanks for joining us. He says, go for it, Pong. And he says, I love the Total War games. Yeah, I played them back in the day. I played different ones back in the day over my buddy's house on PC. That's when I fell in love, but I never really got to play them hardcore. Started Total Warhammer 3 when I first got my PC because it was in PC Game Pass. Then it left 2 weeks after I got my PC. So I've been wanting to get it, and I think it's time because that Star Wars Total War is, I'm shit, it's gonna be day one, bro. M. Gene is in the house. What's up, M. Gene? Blue Moon FC, what's going on? Great to see you as well. Tim the Sorcerer is in the house. What's up, Tim the Sorcerer? King Chilies is in the house. What's up, King Chilies? Love to see you, man. Thanks for dropping in here. Ray Oid is in the house. What's up, Ray Oid? It's Timmy. It's Timmy's in here. What's going on? It's Timmy. Always good to see you, brother. Thanks for joining us. Fahim Scott is in the house. Fahim, You always bring the different perspective too. Appreciate you, brother, for dropping in here on another Saturday. We got the Stephen Avery in the house. What's going on, Stephen Avery? Great to see you. He says, I think MS wants 2K games in Game Pass. Yeah, they would like that, but ain't gonna probably happen. Way too expensive, but they do get them later on. We've seen NBA 2K come in on a regular now, so they do have that deal in place. Who else we got? We got the Raymond Haverfield in the house. What's up, Raymond? Always good to see you, brother. He says it doesn't have the cinematic feel that BG3 does, but as an RPG, Rogue Trader is amazing if you want a good CRPG. Hey, somebody who's actually played probably a lot more than I have, calling it out too. Again, got great reviews. I've heard nothing but good things about Rogue Trader. Again, free to play days. Go check it out, both on console and PC. Lore Master Jasper says all the Warhammer games are on sale on Steam. Yes, exactly what I was saying. During Skulls Week, this is what they do. They put everything on sale. Let's see. We got Scott Gamer Dude in here. What's going on? It says Warhammer Dawn of War RTS. Love them. Yes, I want to get into Dawn of War as well at some point too, sir. You know it. Let's see. Mass Hole 1977. What's going on, brother? Yeah, hopefully Dealer's doing well. He has been MIA for a very long time. I hope he's doing well, man. Whatever he's got going on in real life, that always comes first. Whatever's going on there, man. I hope to see him back someday, but if he's not, if he's moved on, that too. Shout out to Dealer, though. iMill is in the house. What's up, iMill? Good to see you. Remake Station 5. What's going on, Remake Station? It's great to see you as well. Who else we got in here? Let's see here. We've got scrolling. God, you guys have been talking so much because we've been talking so much. Jason Max is in here. What's up, Jason Max? The one and only Dakato, of course, is in here as well. Great to see both of you joining the show today. Thank you so much. Shane G is in the house. What's up, Shane G?
Shane.
Good to see you, brother. Thanks for joining us on a Saturday. Who else we got in here? Who else? Scrolling up. I don't know how far I'm going to be able to go back. Again, if I don't hit you in this and you're just lurking, appreciate every single one of you. I do know this man is probably lurking in there. Dan the Man Cunningham, because he sent us a super chat earlier. Yes. So I'll get him in here while I'm scrolling. Dan, good to see you, brother. Who else we got in here? Boom, 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 boom. Oh my God. You guys are just dominating. Just dominating the chat. Okay, that's as far back as who jumped in the bottom here. I can't go back too far. Scorpio! What's going on, brother? I see you. There is Dan the Man lurking as I knew he was. The one and only Nam Omar, of course, is in here as well. Nam, great to see you. Again, you guys are ridiculous. You guys are ridiculous. You guys have been dominating the chat, so that's as far back as I can go. If anybody else is in here lurking, if you guys are still hanging out with us, again, nothing but love and respect to every single one of you, no matter if you lurk, chat, no matter if you're here for 5 minutes, or 5 hours, me and Steel appreciate every single one of you. It's never expected you guys are going to show up. Just love you all for joining and rocking out with us. All right, Steel, let's get into this upcoming week of games. My birthday week. That's right. And shout out to everybody in the U.S. who is celebrating Memorial Day and gets an extra day. Again, remember for what it's supposed to be, as well as my birthday. But no, remember what it's supposed to be for, but enjoy the extra day. And I hope everybody has a good Memorial Day as well. I'll get that shout out right now out of the way. So we are starting with May the 27th. What a great day. The greatest day in all the year. Multiverses is getting its official relaunch. PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC, May the 28th. Remember, Multiverse already came out. And then they pulled it.
No, it was open.
Yes.
It was technically it released in open. It released in beta.
Okay. It was released in beta, but then they pulled the whole thing down,
quote
right?
unquote.
And then quote unquote, and then I'll come back.
Although they let you purchase, although they had $100 versions, although yes, and then they completely removed the game.
Thank you for adding the context of why I said that, Steel. Yes, like, this was a weird one. Yeah, it was really weird. But Multiverse is back.
It is back. Yes.
Good luck, Multiverses. Good luck. But anyways, they're back May 28th. I know a lot of people did have fun with it, so I had fun with it.
I mean, it did have its issues, so hopefully they fix it.
Yeah, we'll see how they fix it. Yeah, Vampire the Masquerade, Coteries of New York, coming to mobile, iOS, and Android May 28th. Shout out to all the Vampire the Masquerade fans out there. Nine Souls is coming to PC May the 29th. This is from Red Candle Games, developed and published by. It is an action game showing up on May the 29th on PC. Looks kind of cool.
Style.
I always love the artwork. I love box art.
Yeah.
I come from the day that's how we decided we were going to play a game, was the box art, man.
Box
so
art
I still appreciate good box art. Astor, Blade of the Monolith, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC, May the 30th, coming from developer C2 Game Studio, published by Tiny Build in Versus Evil, depending on where you are in the world. That's who's going to be publishing it. May the 30th, another action game. I think we have seen this one at a couple of the indie showcases, actually. Astor. That's the one we just saw, right? At the ID at Xbox.
I believe most recently, yeah.
Yes, most recently. That was that action game that they were playing afterwards, too. They had an afterwards show from IGN that was playing it live. Humanity is showing up, and this is coming to Game Pass as well. This was a console exclusive to PlayStation. This is one I was very interested in. This is right up my alley when it comes to puzzle type indie games. I am very interested in playing this game. I will be downloading this on Game Pass and giving it a try. Maybe I'll have some thoughts on it next weekend if I get to it by then. But Humanity is showing up on Xbox Series and Xbox One May the 30th. So look forward to that. F1 24, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC. Shout out to the yearly F1 fans. F1 is another big seller that nobody talks about, but a lot of people in Europe obviously are big into F1. F1 24 is a great game. I have fooled around with them when they've shown up in EA Play. They are great racing games. If you're into F1 style, it's pretty damn cool. Plus, they got regular cars in there too, which is kind of dope. They got a whole section where you can drive Ferraris and stuff.
Okay.
Pretty dope. Hypercharge Unboxed. Yes, Hypercharge is finally releasing. Shout out to the dev. I always forget his name, but he has done so much self-promotion to create hype around Hypercharge, and I'm not going to lie, I want to play this game. I love when people do the action figure thing. Toy Commander on Dreamcast was one of the most underrated games of all time, where you got to play as, little tanks, little jeeps with machine guns. You picked up pencils for missiles. You had erasers for bombs, and you flew around as miniature vehicles in a home, and it was freaking awesome. I love Toy Commander. I wish somebody would bring it back. So I love when we do this. So I am going to be picking up Hypercharge at some point. Single player, co-op, couch co-op, multiplayer. It's got all of it. Yep. I can't wait to try this out. It looks dope. He did a lot of work creating a lot of different types of toys that you can be. Obviously taking from
They've been adding to it as well.
Yeah, he's been adding more too as well. All unlockable just through gameplay. Yep. Every single character is unlockable through gameplay.
Everything. Yep.
Shout out to Hypercharge. I hope a lot of people do pick this game up. Single developer. He deserves it. He did a lot of work himself. I know some people were annoyed with his advertising. Shout out to Mav. How much he was spamming X.
Somebody got to.
You got to. You got to.
Yeah, fuck that. Somebody got to. I haven't seen enough people playing it. There's not people sharing it. He doesn't have anybody else publishing this for him. So it's like, sure, if this is what you would want to see from Xbox, right? You want to see somebody constantly talking about their shit. Spam that. That's what social media is for. Make me tired of seeing it. Until I can play it, make me tired of seeing it.
Hell yeah, I'll never forget the name Hypercharge. I mean, again, I won't, just because of how much I saw.
He's been forcing it.
Good Steam reviews too. So go check that out. Coming to console this week on May the 31st. And then I believe, is that,
I think that's it.
Do we get into, is that, that is it. Cause next week is, of course, Final Shape, Destiny 2, gonna be massive. People hyped. That is dropping. That'll be a big one next week, but we'll get into that next week. That is your upcoming week of games, everybody. So go check any of those out that interested you. So, Steel, we finally got to this upcoming week of games, bro. And we are, 2.5 hours in? Let's go.
Yeah,
let's go,
man. I mean, hey,
let's go.
It's how we do it. I mean, we had some good conversation in there, so it was all good. Hellblade, Wuthering Waves.
That was a huge conversation.
With games that we are playing, it can always go so many different directions, and it's just super dope to be able to get knee deep into it at any point where it fits in the best for us. Where do you want to go from there, though, man?
Light it up, Seal. Tell me what you got.
I will say that according to Jez Corden, Ninja Theory's next project has been greenlit, and it's not Project Mara. So not only are they doing Project Mara, But they also have another project that is in the works. So I mentioned earlier that they have 2 games that they've been greenlit for. Project Mara was already greenlit prior, but again, they have another game that is coming out, and then another one following after that. I think that's good news to hear. I know a lot of people were worried about the performance for Hellblade, and it was going to be dependent on how well they did, whether Ninja Theory was going to stick around. I don't know. We'll see. There's a lot to prove. There's a lot that is in the air, I would say, as far as what is determined as a true success for Xbox, and how does that affect future dev studios in the future. Right now, I don't know, but we shall see. So what do you think about this?
Yeah. Listen, Microsoft Xbox, don't you dare fucking touch Ninja Theory. Don't you dare touch Ninja Theory. I don't care what numbers. I don't care. Don't you dare. You need a studio like this. You need a boutique studio who is experts at creating a certain type of game and also have the flexibility at some point to make a different style game if they so choose to. You invested all this money into them to get Hellblade 2. You don't touch them, okay? You do not do that at all. This is the game that you wanted. This is going to win awards, right? It might not win Game of the Year, okay? But it is going to win awards for technical achievements, for potentially the acting. Melina Juergens better be,
she's gonna be in there. Yeah,
better be at the Keeleys in those awards, and better be at the BAFTAs, and better be at the Golden Joystick Awards. Otherwise, we got some serious issues. Okay, girl deserves it. I don't care what else shows up this year. Her performance is unbelievable. So, anyways. Do not touch it, Xbox. This is fantastic news that this is already being greenlit. I think personally that Ninja Theory is safe. I said that, there certainly could be questions about it after the Tango closing, specifically the Tango closing, that certainly there could be questions around Ninja Theory if Hellblade 2, wasn't up to par according to Microsoft people, right? But I don't think so. I think they are safe. I think they are a baby. You need a studio like this. What they've done is, again, set the bar from a graphical and I believe audio standpoint, which is a win. And again, the game overall is a win. It is a grand slam for Ninja Theory. They're doing what they want to do, and they are accomplishing those goals. So you keep Ninja Theory around no matter what. The fact that it's been greenlit, great. I can't wait if it's Hellblade 3 to finish off, Senua's journey here. Fantastic. I don't know how the second one ends. I've heard some hints from people, heard some things about that. I think it does open up the possibility potentially for a third one. If it is something completely different, I'm all on board. I have faith that Ninja Theory can go make something else because I've seen them go make other types of games.
They're very
so. I think you need a studio like this that pushes the envelope in new ways, even if not everybody agrees that it's good. I think you need this. Again, not everybody likes Kojima games, but I've always said that Kojima needs to exist because he pushes the industry forward in other ways and thinks outside the box and makes other people look at gaming differently. The same, I think, applies to Ninja Theory in some ways with how they've proven that they took all those resources that Microsoft and Xbox gave them and used them to their fullest. The fact that they got Unreal Engine 5 working and optimized in this game as much as they did, using every single little trick that in the book, and got it working on a Series S is a bonus as well. So I think that Ninja Theory needs to exist. I can't wait to see what they do next. Obviously, even if it's a game that winds up not being for me, like I said, if Project Mara is more the horror side, I won't be playing it, but I still want them to continue to create games. And I think you continue to cultivate this team, grow this team even more because they are that good. And I want to see them continue to succeed. So great to hear Jez confirm that they got another project and it wasn't just Project Mara. I loved when he put that out there. I love when Jez does that stuff. So if it's true, then yes, please. And more. Yes. Keep Ninja Theory going. That's where I'm at.
I 1,000% agree. Definitely keeping them on board. We'll see how things end up playing out. I don't have nothing about it. I mean, they've set a good bar and let's see how things play out.
Yep.
Let's see what else is going on here. Halo Infinite added a Survive the Undead playlist for 2 weeks. It's made by the Forge team, the Forge Falcons. They actually gave up on, I won't say they gave up. They didn't give up on it. They stopped working on their Battle Royale mode that they were working on, and swapped over to this zombie-like mode, like something akin to what you would see in Call of Duty. They created a mode through Forge in Halo, and it is now an official game mode right now for 2 weeks. That is something that is exciting to see. Again, lets me at least know that 343 is being open to creators in the community who are doing good work. Part of the reason why they stopped working on the previous project, because they saw that it was going to take a bit more work than that they were passionate for, and that was the main thing. They have more of a passion to do something more akin to this, so that's why this is there. So there is that for those who are interested. Although, unfortunately for Halo doesn't have Gundam skins. Call of Duty will, so I think I'm gonna have to replace my Halo time with Call of Duty again. See, I just replaced COD with Halo, and I was like, oh man, I'm getting back into it. But then Call of Duty announced that they're going to release Gundam skins, and Call of Duty.
Who the hell buys skins in Call of Duty, Steel? Who does this? Who does this?
Yeah, it's what's crazy to me? How many people I've seen excited that this shit is coming. Bro, like every time there's it works for Fortnite. Why wouldn't it work Call of Duty, right?
They've been doing it forever. It's perfect. It's a great crossover. People have fun, bro. It's Call of Duty became unserious a long ass fucking time ago. People that complain about this stuff, I'm like, yo, where you been? Call of Duty stopped being a serious military shooter a long ass time ago. All right, it is what it is. People love the skins. I love the skins. I've bought skins. Again, I'm part of the problem too. So why not lean all the way in and go goofy? Again, which one was it? Cold War that had all the anime stuff? Yeah, I love the shit out of that, man. I love the shit out of that. Like, just do it. Lean in. Do more licensing skins. Do this shit just like Fortnite. That's exactly what Call of Duty is about nowadays. Screw the haters, because again, it's not a serious military shooter anymore. So whatever, just go with it. I think it's cool as hell.
Call of Duty Season 4, Call of Duty's dropping Gundam skins, Gundam Aerial, and Gundam RX 78, I believe. Anyway,
I do want to say with Halo, again, this is something we touched on last night too. This is the continuing, ongoing support that I've got to give Xbox their flowers for.
Yeah.
They continue to support their games, and they continue to work on their games no matter what has happened. State of Decay 2 did not hit the way it was supposed to all those years ago.
It's getting updates still.
All they've done is continue. They've got like 70 some updates or whatever the hell it is now. And they're using it as a testing ground. And they're using it as a testing ground for a lot of State of Decay 3 stuff. But we talked about this last night. Like, this is just, it's not even that we have gotten to the point as gamers on the Xbox side, those of us that do partake in the Xbox ecosystem, that we're entitled to this. It's just become a normal thing for us to know that these games are going to continually be supported. So to see Halo coming out with a zombie mode, again, I could care less. I'm the casual Halo guy. I haven't been into Halo since Halo Infinite launched, and I played for a while. I don't care, but I love to see this. Halo zombie mode. We got the Helldivers mode that's coming out for Halo as well. This is the flexibility that a Forge mode affords you as a game developer if you open it up to the community. Bethesda's been doing this for a long ass time. This is what it does, right? It offers the opportunity for that game to continuously evolve both internally and externally from the people who are very passionate about it. And I think it's great because, again, this thing is going to continue to exist. Tons of people are still playing it. Is it ever going to be the Halo of old days? No, the whole industry has changed. And so is it likely that Halo will ever recapture its glory days? Probably not in this environment. Is it out of the realm of absolute possibility? No, of course not. I don't deal in absolutes. But chances are it's never going to be that again. However, is there still a strong community that is supporting the game, playing the game, buying microtransactions, buying skins? Yes, there is. So is it worthwhile to keep it alive? Of course it is. Halo will forever be a pillar of the industry, and you don't let that go. So you continue to work on it, but I love to see the growth of Halo. I'd love to see what they've done with Forge. We talked about Forge even before it launched. We talked about what a game changer it could be, especially with how they were talking about they were designing it and what they were going to offer the community. And that's exactly what we've seen out of it. More and more modes. Again, the fact that somebody can go create a Helldivers-like mode or a zombie Call of Duty Zombies mode out of the blue, fantastic, man. So again, I love to see this, even as a casual Halo guy who could really honestly care less. I think it's I think it's awesome, man. I really love to see this stuff, man. I really do. I think it's so cool.
I agree. It's what I wanted from Halo. Again, I was telling Pong in the background because we were seeing numbers from things, and it's like, no, you see the numbers for these other games, and you can't expect for certain games to be what they once were. Call of Duty has been the only one that's been able to carry that mantle forward, unfortunately. Nixie says, is the Helldivers 2 mode available in Halo? Yeah, I don't think so.
Not yet.
Again,
it's coming.
I haven't played it consistently enough to know. Yobi had also asked if Spawn was going to be available in Call of Duty in the future or whatever. Unfortunately, since Spawn was part of completing the battle pass for Call of Duty in Modern Warfare 3, it's not going to be moving forward. Well, it's not going to be. Call of Duty typically doesn't re-release skins from out of their battle pass, especially if it was like for one of their ending battle pass skins, right? At least from what I've seen, which is unfortunate because I do think that Call of Duty would see major gains from doing it like we've seen from like Halo or other games like it, to where the battle pass just goes on forever. You can kind of come back to it whenever you can. The only problem with Call of Duty in that is that they're on this year-to-year thing, and unless they truly change that, I don't think they'll change that either, which is unfortunate. So, let's see. Apparently, from Insider Gaming, Indiana Jones and Avowed will be playable for media and content creators at this year's Summer Game Fest. Hands-on previews drop June 10th. Again, that tells me at least those games are much further ahead than we were anticipating, especially Indy. I wasn't expecting to hear something from that until the Game Awards, which is much later in the year. So hearing that it may be available much sooner than later, or at least maybe they're using this as let's get a baseline for what people are feeling, people are thinking, before we do end up releasing, maybe putting another year of polish on it. That's kind of what I'm getting from it, especially with Avowed, because there has been so much up and down about it. Maybe they want to get an idea of how people are feeling. I am leaning more towards the side that both games just may be much closer to being complete than we previously thought. And these teams have been just putting their heads down, getting to it, and trying to get these games released, man, and the best in really good quality as well. So, I mean, how are you feeling about Indiana and Avowed apparently being playable for media and content creators at Summer Games Fest?
Confident. Again, this is confidence. They're coming. So they're coming this year. Again, everything's lining up as people reported. Tom Warren, Brad Sams, both, again, people with knowledge. Again, I don't care what you guys feel about them. I trust both of them. They're really good at what they do.
They got more knowledge than anybody else.
Journalists. Yeah. They both have said that, obviously November-ish for Avowed is the goal, and Indiana Jones is December. And I think that this shows the confidence. I think this shows that they are ready. Is it out of the realm of possibility with Indiana Jones as December game that if something came up that they could push it into early next year? Of course not. Xbox hasn't been afraid to push the games if necessary, but I think both of these teams are ready. Avowed especially. Avowed's coming this year. There is zero question. They're not going back to drawing board. Avowed has been in the cooker for long enough. There's people now reporting the latest build is looking even better than what they showed before. Again, Avowed looks great to me. Avowed looks like an Obsidian game to me. I didn't expect them to make anything different than an Obsidian game. I'm on board. If you don't like the art direction, if you don't like the combat, then you're never really a fan of Obsidian's games. That's okay. Just like Bethesda games. You guys can feel that way. You guys have moved on in your lives and you've played different games that have better combat. Cool. I don't care. I want these teams to continue to do what they do best. And that is, again, better. Again, Starfield proved that Bethesda can make combat better. They did, right? I believe Obsidian's combat will be better than their previous games, but if you did enjoy Outer Worlds, I think you're going to definitely enjoy Avowed.
I don't see why not.
And the fact that they can allow me to dual wield wands, even better. I'm all in, bro. Dual wielding wands, I'm cool. We're good. But I appreciate Obsidian for the world building, the character development, the story, the decisions with consequences that actually do matter within the game. That's what I appreciate Obsidian for. I've always said they've been the little brother to Bethesda, but I thought this generation, underneath Xbox, they could step up. Again, it's going to be a smaller experience than a Bethesda game is. That's fine. I would love to see them do a big, giant experience like a Bethesda open world because I think they could do it. They chose to keep it smaller, although, again, from what they've been saying, it's still big. I can't wait to get my hands on Avowed. Avowed's my most anticipated Xbox first-party title, followed closely by, well, I should say, Age of Mythology Retold, of course, is up there, but followed closely by Indiana Jones. I can't wait for both of these games, and I think this does state that they are both on track, and they are both going to release this year, as we've heard, and I'm sure that if that's the case, Showcase, we will get trailers, we will get actual release dates for both of these games. Now, if Indiana Jones were to show up at the Showcase and it didn't have a date, then obviously I would say, that's probably getting pushed till next year. But I believe we will see dates on both of these at the Showcase, and then to have hands-on previews is nothing but confidence from, that I see. They're going to allow journalists and certain people to play the games, give their thoughts on these games. That tells me teams are ready. Teams are ready for this. This is lead up to launch. We golden. I love this, man. Second half of this year for Xbox is stupid, and it's going to continue next year. We talked about next year last night's deal. The way things are lining up, like they have
future year. Yeah,
they legitimately have too many games lining up for next year. Like legitimately, they're going to have a problem. They're going to. It's a good problem. It's a great problem, but they are loaded.
What people been complaining about, right?
Yep.
So people been complaining about, right? First party games, they got all these studios and where the game's at. I mean, again, second and third party aren't good enough for what seemingly is the vocal minority of our communities and whatnot. But I mean, again, Xbox does have things to prove. They need to prove that they do have that cadence. And again, we've been talking about it for some time. Maybe that is going to be the start of that cadence. So we'll see. They also got to match that quality bar. Again, I'm less interested in indie than I was before. But again, that's more of a personal thing than anything.
Yep.
I saw Nick's making the same thing. He's an indie fan, but he's not a fan of it being in first person. Again, people are going to have their own things. Is this going to be another example of personal bias outruling the actual game itself again?
Yep.
I hope not. Same thing with Avowed. I mean, people are going to, I heard you guys mention this a little bit for what I tuned in last night. People are going to look at Avowed and then compare it to what they did with Outer Worlds and say, oh, they didn't do good enough. And it's, I mean, like.
Yep.
I don't
we're going to be back with this discourse. I already know, all you fans out there, okay, listen up. I don't want to see shock and frustration when Avowed launches and the conversations happen that it's not current gen, that plays old, all the stuff that we heard about Starfield, you're going to hear about Avowed. So just prepare yourself now. We're going to have the same conversation. Reviews are going to probably be in the same range too. Okay? This is the no-win situation. So again, just get ready for it. Get ready for it because it's going to happen. I'm already prepped myself. I already know. Hey, again, no matter how good the actual game is, no matter how many people claim that they like the Outer Worlds, because Avowed is exclusive at this moment in time to Xbox, because it is Obsidian, because people don't all appreciate the art style all of a sudden, and because it is going to have that older style combat from the looks of it. Again, we'll see what happens. It is going to have that older style combat that a lot of us love, but a lot of people don't like anymore. We're going to hear the same conversation. We're going to be back here talking about the discourse around it. So just get ready. But Avowed, I'm blown. I can't wait. Avowed and Assassin's Creed in the same fucking month.
Gene, even as somebody that doesn't have interest in Avowed like that, I'm not going to say Avowed graphically looks like a mobile game.
Oh my God. Although mobile games now plays AAA games, so whatever.
I mean, again, Wuthering Waves is a mobile game, and it looks the way that it does, feels the way that it does. One of the better action adventure games that I've played, actually. in totality. It's I like the funny nature side of it, and I think it's interesting to involve those pieces of conversation because everybody's going to have their own expectation or things that they're into, right? Or things that they're expecting. I think I'm one of the ones that think Avowed looks better than what the original trailer did. I thought it was along the same lines. I didn't see this drastic difference that everybody else did.
Tone-wise, there was a drastic difference.
But even with that tone, I was like, I still felt like it fit. Because I mean, from what I've seen, it's hard for me not to anticipate that the game's not going to have some dark moments in it, or it's not going to look similar to what we saw at that original trailer, right? I don't know. That's just me though. I mean, again, I'm on the outside looking in. I haven't played Outer Worlds, don't have any interest in playing Outer Worlds. So it's like, how can I be positive about something that I'm not even interested in? That's curious, huh? Maybe just because I just care about the games.
You can still appreciate that shit, man. That's the way I am too. Still appreciate, even if you're not interested.
Yeah, but I get it for those who want to pull out their certain things, but hopefully they will be treated as fairly as they can, I guess.
Yep.
I guess since we're still along those same lines, talking about what's anticipated, Summer Games Fest and whatnot, let's go ahead and drag in Doom, the Dark Ages, that's going to be revealed at the Xbox Showcase, apparently. This is coming from Tom Henderson of Insider Gaming. Let me show you guys some stuff right here. Let me show you something real
quick. Nixie, I appreciate all types of games, though. That's what you don't understand. This is the conversation this is a conversation that goes sideways. I don't understand you people that don't understand that people have all different. It's not about setting expectations low for myself. It's the fact that I appreciate the style that they do. I appreciate Bethesda for making the games like they do. I can go appreciate a technical achievement like Hellblade 2, but I can go and appreciate something, a totally different art style. I can go appreciate an 8-bit indie game. I can go appreciate a 16-bit game. I can go appreciate all that stuff. I have love for gaming in general. There is no reason why I want a developer to suddenly be a totally different developer than they used to be. I don't want that. Of course, I want to see evolution. Of course, I want to see upgrades. Avowed looks like an upgrade from Outer Worlds to me. If you disagree, you disagree. But I think it looks like an upgrade. So it looks like Obsidian is moving forward. But I will enjoy the game as is. I'm not going to sit here and demand something from a studio that just isn't going to happen. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to set those expectations for anybody. It is what it is, and I'm going to love the game because I love Obsidian games. So no, I do not think that it is necessary for gamers to go, oh, that's fucking trash. That looks like a game from last generation. That's not pushing the industry forward. Okay, that is not, because there's more to games than that. As we just had a discussion about with Hellblade. I said it pushed it forward in graphics and audio, and you said, well, that wasn't good enough. We need to push forward in gameplay. Again, what I saw from Avowed looks like they are pushing forward. Again, in the gameplay, I will wait to see how it feels in my hands. People trash Starfield before they ever played it, and then you actually play Starfield, and you can see the evolution that they had in the combat. It feels completely different than it did in the Fallout series for the gunplay. It is up to par with some really good games gunplay-wise. So that's all I want, right? Again, even if a studio is stuck in the past, if they're making the games I enjoy, I'm not going to trash them. I'm not going to say, hey guys, it's time to start stepping up. Why aren't you using Unreal Engine 5 all the damn time? Why aren't you doing this? Why aren't your graphics more realistic? I ain't going to do that shit because I don't expect that from all these studios. I expect them to make a game I enjoy. And again, there is a group of people out there who just don't understand that concept. They constantly think you have to demand. That's how we got Sony only making one style of game. That's how we got them to stop diversifying their lineup and trying things like they used to, is from that demand. We only want the cinematic movie-like experience from our games. And Sony listened to great success, right? But they got high on that supply and they stopped doing what they should have been doing, which is looking at creating different experiences for different people. I so happen to have a wide range of enjoyment for all types of games. It doesn't matter who the studio is. If it's a game I'm looking forward to play, I'm looking forward to play. That's it. Period. Point blank. So anyways.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that's for us. I think that's for us across the board, right? How most of us feel when it comes to this.
No, Nixie. It's not unfair to anticipate the conversation. That is the community itself. That is what the community has been designed around in a lot of ways. That is why I hate the console war bullshit. I have stopped ranting about the console war, but that is what the poison does. It leaks everywhere. It's not just jokes. It's not just amongst one group of people who keep it to themselves. It spreads everywhere to those people who are not a part of it. And again, we aren't the people going into other people's conversations telling them how they shouldn't like a game or should like a game. It's
or telling them
telling them what their opinion should be, or telling them how they should
conversation.
Feel, or
what can you talk about? What you can't.
It's
talk
not
about.
Elite. Yeah. We're not the people going into other people's posts and doing that. It is them that come into our posts when I'm posting positive about a game and start saying shit. Or again, it doesn't happen to me, thankfully, a whole hell of a lot. It does, but I certainly see people out here who do post a lot about the games they're playing and enjoyment, and there is constantly those people showing up telling them that they are stupid, that they have bad taste in games, that they shouldn't like those games, that they should be playing games like this, that everything Xbox does is trash. So anticipating that happening is going to be a fact. If Starfield got it, Avowed is going to get it. Okay? 1000%. All of a sudden, a whole lot of people in this community who absolutely, I know for a fact, loved old Bethesda games and enjoyed the hell out of them, suddenly, because Starfield was exclusive, didn't like Bethesda games because reviewers did it, professionals, quote unquote, did it, and so did community members. And that is bullshit. Suddenly Fallout, the TV series, comes, everybody universally praises it, thinks it's one of the best video game adaptations everywhere. All of a sudden, everybody's back to playing Fallout 76, and all of a sudden, Fallout 76 ain't so bad no more. All of a sudden, Fallout 4 ain't so bad as we all talked about it to be. And I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about the people who went that route. That shows how disingenuous these conversations are. The conversations, a lot of the conversations, not all of it, but a lot of the conversations around Starfield was disingenuous because it was locked to Xbox, because of an Xbox first party. And again, if you disagree with me, so be it. I see it. I've been here for 4 years watching this shit closely, actually a little bit longer than that because I was in chat so much. It happens and it's real. And again, it does unfairly tilt to one side. Not that it never happens to the other side. Of course it does. I say there's a circus on both sides, but it does unfairly happen to one side because of the popularity that PlayStation has, that Nintendo has. Xbox is the uncool box in all of this. They are, unfortunately.
No, they are. They've always had, and they always have been. And 360 era was the only time that was different. And even then, I mean, maybe people weren't active. And again, that's what I feel as a multiplayer gives me an advantage over most people who are more on the single player side of things, because I am part of the communities that people consider toxic, the people that are running these platforms, right? These are the people who are actively engaging in the ecosystem, are your multiplayer gamers, the people who constantly have a reason to come back and engage with the system, right? Which is why I always come back with a different perspective, and why a lot of the times why me and Pong agree on many levels is because I've been able to see the outside nature of it. So Nixie, just as an example, and I know somebody else, it wasn't on this show, I think it was on y'all shows last night, but they were talking about, why do y'all get involved with the chat, and when it just turns into y'all arguing with the chat, and it's like, okay, so I like getting the chat involved because you guys are spending time out of your days to come here, tune in, listen, give your thoughts, your opinions, your feelings, whatever the case may be. And I pride myself and our channel and Pong for having a space to where people can come and feel open to talk and feel however they want within reason. Like, as long as you're not being hateful towards people, calling motherfuckers names and shit like that, like, we welcome everything, right? This isn't a place where it has to be one side, the other, or I like getting the chat involved in, unfortunately, depending on how you want to look at it. Sure, Nix gets involved because you bring up some points, which like you mentioned, I don't think Pong is just talking to, because he says, Pong, what you said is giving voice to the 46 trolls on X and YouTube.
There's more than 46.
nor giving attention to the trolls. And Nix, and this is the point that I try to consistently make on a week-to-week basis, and why I try to reiterate to people, hey, this is information that I've pulled and things that I have seen from YouTube, Facebook, Reddit, because there are so many different people. Again, I'm just starting to play Wuthering Waves as an example. And nobody in the gacha community gives a fuck about Hellblade, gives a fuck about what Xbox is doing, gives a fuck what PlayStation's doing. They're wondering when the game is going to come to PlayStation, so they don't have to just play on their mobile device anymore. They're talking about it for convenience sake more than anything else. And I'm only using it as an example because there are so many different communities of people who have opinions and thoughts and different processes that they have that I personally feel are of value to the conversation. And it's not just at the end of the day, it is the loud minority of people who are talking about this shit. But that doesn't mean that you can't take those things into consideration. It's not just that small subset of 100 people. There is extended amounts of people that are having very similar conversation and have had a very similar conversation. And it's all good. Nothing to, again, not speaking on specific numbers or whatever. I get that you're being, a bit sarcastic, and he says hyperbolic about the 46. But overall, it's just, for me, I don't like when people. Well, I just don't appreciate when it feels like it has to be diminished when somebody's trying to make a point. I'm not going to diminish somebody's point. I'm just going to say, hey, I hear what you're saying. I don't agree with that though. And we can agree to disagree and move on forward. If you don't feel like this is the approach, or you don't feel like, or if you haven't seen the things that from our perspective or anybody's perspective, then that's okay. That should be fair and okay as well. There's people, again, I'll use Wuthering Waves as an example, who are comparing the game to Cyberpunk 2077. And I'm sitting back playing the fucking game like y'all haven't played Cyberpunk 2077 to say that this game is having the similar issues. Right? So it's like that conversation can be disingenuous, but again, it's just what the wider audience saw, what they felt, and that's their idea of it, right? So I think it's the same thing as far as going into this, as far as setting the expectation, it's because it's just what we have seen, right? Stellar Blade, yes, it's one of the it's lower, it's rated right around the same place that Hellblade is, isn't it? It's not a 95 meta game, right? So obviously it's not the world's greatest game either. But both games should exist. It should be able to exist and have conversation about them equally, and it be fair no matter what angle that you kind of come from, right? Now, it's just, there's a lot that goes into the conversation as far as gaming in totality, and why we've always talked about like the multiple perspectives, why we try to keep things open, why we've always talked about how Xbox has kind of looked. And again, even as the player with the most money in the industry, they have not traditionally been the most sought after for hardware. They are for services almost to a fault, because there isn't really a better option, and people aren't just going to start using Linux, or they'll much more likely use Mac just because of the ecosystem that they've created, right? So everything has their things that you can be subjective, objective. We want things to be more objective, and that's why I think Pong is coming from that area. They're like, hey, I don't think he's necessarily like trying to prep himself for the negative that's going to come with it, but it's just the reality of what we've had for the last 20 years. There is, again, Halo.
I only speak on what I've been in this community, because again, I'm speaking specifically about this community, right? I'm speaking specific about the journalism that is done these days. Again, that is something that I can call into question. If you don't call it into question, the same conversation you guys are having right now in the chat too, as well, with Mr. Matty Plays. Okay. You guys are generalizing that all Xbox fans are attacking Mr. Matty Plays. That's not true either. Okay. There's plenty of people staying silent. I have my own personal opinion about where Matty's at and what he's been doing recently. I have my own personal opinion about it. But again, I don't go attack him because again, I just know that he's doing what he's doing, right? Yeah, he's having his opinions, right? Again, I'm not the guy that goes in there, but you guys are generalizing that all Xbox fans are going and attacking Mr. Matty Plays. No. It is a certain portion of this community, and that's exactly what I was speaking to. That's the poison that I'm talking about. The console wars bring. People forget to be gamers first. A lot of people don't even want to be gamers first. They want to be a part of a group, and they want to be identified as a certain group. There's elitist. There's PlayStation only people. There's Xbox only people. There's all of these people mixed together. That kind of mentality, right, in this community does poison the well for everybody else that just wants to talk about gaming. Yes, having conversations even outside of everything we enjoy, having conversations, being armchair CEOs, doing all that kind of stuff, having criticisms, of course, that's all a part of it. But those people aren't open to conversations. It is black or white. It is us or them constantly. Yeah. And again, it's all sides. I've never once sat here and said it's only one side. One side happens to be a lot bigger than the other side. One side happens to, and again, I'm only 4 years in this community, but I've seen enough to understand one side has had the run of this community for a very long time. So that's why I give a little slack to the Xbox side sometimes, because those guys have put up with a whole hell of a lot for a lot of years, right? Because of the popularity of PlayStation. Again, PlayStation dominated. PlayStation succeeded, right? Xbox had their stumbles. But it does poison the well for those of us that are out here in the community trying to have open and honest conversations. And I don't agree with all the attacks on Mr. Matty Plays. Of course not, because people get personal. That's why I throw out, and that's why I absolutely shit all over the people who try to say, oh, it's just all jokes. Stop taking it so seriously. It's not just jokes for a lot of people. A lot of people legitimately have a problem. Okay. And they legitimately take that problem out on other people in this community. And they get personal. They do death threats. And it's not just jokes. They go to random people they have never interacted with before and assume everything about that person and attack them as if they know them, as if that person killed their dog. That is wrong. That is 1000% wrong. But that's the poison that is introduced when we have this type of stuff. So again, I'm just speaking to the fact that Avowed, no matter how great the game is, right, there is going to be discourse around it because not everybody is going to look at Avowed. Not everybody is going to think of Obsidian and go, oh, that is definitely in line with what I expected. That is definitely in line with the game that I wanted. No, it's going to be the same type of thing. Starfield, the loading screen discourse was bullshit. And I don't care what you want to say, it's bullshit.
For Starfield?
But that was for Starfield. That was a massive point that people were taking off ridiculous amounts of credit to Starfield because it had loading screens. That is utter bullshit. I don't care. That to me is just not a good criticism of any game. We've been playing games with loading screens forever. A giant game that has loading screens, who cares? They're a second long. But anyways, I'm digressing. I'm going off on my tangents. Again, I just wanted to address the fact that I think it's okay to understand that Avowed is going to come out no matter how good it is and will get criticized. It will have the goalpost move. It will have that happen. That's all I was saying. I just said prep for it, right? Because we had shocked people this week, Steele, that Doom was going to be multi-plat.
I don't know why people were shocked about that. I would forever tell you.
How can you be shocked and angry at this point?
Doom is not a game that needs to be exclusive to any platform. I don't know why people thought that. I don't know why you think that, this whole exclusivity conversation is forever going to be jaded, especially for me, because people, and again, from what I've seen, people feel a certain way. But I mean, I don't really care. There's certain games that are going to be exclusive. There's certain games that are not. I don't know what reality we're living in where Doom needed to be a game that was going to be exclusive. I don't know why that's disappointing to hear. The last Doom, again, Doom Eternal was great and all, but it wasn't as fabulous as people tried to make it seem. It doesn't all of a sudden say, hey, well, maybe we should keep this one exclusive. No. Doom's it's not a platform seller. Unfortunately. But I mean, I missed out on some of that conversation. I didn't really hear too many people talk about the perspective of Doom being exclusive.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. Oh, you should have seen the post after the post was made by a couple people confirming that they had heard the same thing, that was going to be multi-plat. You should have seen the comments underneath.
People, you might have to give me some juice about that.
People up in arms, bro. People up in arms talking about how Xbox is killing themselves again, and how Xbox is destroying the brand, and can't believe that they're doing this. Why aren't they making this exclusive? Where you guys been for the past 6 months? Like, honestly, like, they've started this. Again, I don't agree with it, right? Again, I would be different, but they're not going back. They're not going to all of a sudden wake up tomorrow morning and go, let's pull everything exclusive. Let's really try to go 1-for-1 with Sony. Let's try to win this console war. Let's change the narrative. No, they've already admitted. They waved the white flag. They're moving forward. They're evolving. Again, how fast that evolution happens is my only question. Right.
And even that's
the only question. Right. And I was kind of shocked at the 4 games right out there. Again, I thought they were going to stick it out for a bit after the ABK acquisition. You guys can go back and listen to all the shows where we talked about it. But again, people this week with Doom exclusivity being in question were shocked. And again, people talking about this cloud over the showcase. Oh, there's going to be a cloud. We talked about this last time. There's going to be cloud over the showcase because every game is going to be questioned whether or not it's going to PlayStation. Oh, Xbox can't even have a good showcase because there's going to be all this doubt. Doubt about what? They've tripled down on the one thing that really matters to me and should matter to most Xbox gamers who are in Game Pass. All these games are coming day and date to Game Pass. Every single one of them.
That's all that really matters.
That's all that
they stick to what they said.
Again, that part of it doesn't change. Even if they raise the price, these games are all coming to Game Pass day and date. The greatest value in gaming is getting better if you look at the lineup they have for the next year and a half, 2 years. They have a ridiculous amount of games coming that are all going to be in Game Pass day and date for those of us that are invested in the ecosystem. Fuck yeah. That's all I care about. There ain't no clouds for the showcase. I'm hyped like a little kid. But again, there's just some people out here that only hear what they want to hear or refuse to acknowledge how the industry is moving. Okay. That's why I brought up the Avowed thing. I just want those people, if they ever hear me, to sit back and think about it. Not that they would, but to go, yeah, I should probably expect that even if Avowed is freaking fantastic, that there are going to be people out here just moving the goalposts, talking shit about it, and it's going to be nonstop, and there'll be some professional journalists who don't give it credit because it's a Microsoft Xbox IP now owned by them, and there will be some of that. There will be some of that outlier stuff, right? It's just going to happen. So don't give them what they want, which is a reaction.
Yeah, I mean, so Yobi said, legendary Yobi, what you just said, Pong. I've told many people in this community who keep saying Xbox can put the dagger in Sony. I always say it's not happening because they're business partners. I mean, it just goes further than that. For me, it's just there is a vision change. I won't necessarily say it was a white flag on me, but it's them looking at how the industry is moving. We could move right. They could remove Game Pass, and we can go right back to focusing on sales, like people keep trying to do. Like people keep. Oh well, they got rid of High Five Rush and the team over in Arcane because of sales. No, they didn't. I am still trying to find the articles, the information, what I need as details to tell me that they got rid of them because they didn't sell enough. That's not what happened. And until they blatantly state
couldn't handle that many teams. Even worse.
That is worse.
Is even worse.
That is worse. That is worse in perspective for sure. But yes. If it's not money that they're focusing on, and they're focused on engagement more so than anything else, and that's the metric that we need to consider or think about, then when PlayStation had its thing this week, which I didn't get a chance to tune into, unfortunately, but when PlayStation had its thing this week, talking about they're not trying to create any new IP and that they just want to double and triple and quadruple down on making on taking their current IP and making it multimedia, bro. What are we talking about? They said they had no roadmap.
Condo, that's the roadmap. Spreading Condo to the world. That's their roadmap. Yeah, they're all in on getting ROI. That's where they're at. They flat out said that they've made plenty of acquisitions and now it's time for that to start paying off in their business meeting. They absolutely said that. that's what they're doing. Like
so what direction do you think that we're moving into? We go back to sales, people aren't buying games. You go to Game Pass, people say, oh, Game Pass isn't working. People are buying more games than they were before through Game Pass. It's working, maybe not to the degree that it's not perfect, obviously. Because not everybody sees the value. You have to force people to see the value. But again, it's part of it. To get back into Doom here, and Doom being exclusive, because I didn't know, that people expected it for it to be that way. But this is an exclusive from Insider Gaming from Tom Henderson. He says, Doom: The Dark Ages to be revealed at the Xbox Games Showcase. Insider Gaming understands the next game of the Doom franchise is set to be revealed during this year's Xbox Games Showcase on June 9th. The game, which has been under the codename placeholder title Year Zero, is understood to have the final name Doom: The Dark Ages and has been in development for at least 4 years. Last year, I heard of early details of the next entry into the Doom franchise, which was described to me as a medieval-inspired Doom world. While that doesn't necessarily give me much information to go on, Year Zero: The Dark Ages and medieval-inspired starts to paint a vivid picture of where the series could be going next. Perhaps we'll be taking more of an early look at the Doomslayer's life during the medieval times, a prequel of sorts. Early this year, rumors began to swirl about a new Doom game following Bethesda's newly registered trademark, IDKFA. A well-known cheat code in the series last month. The Verge's Tom Warren first teased that the Doom would be making its way to the Xbox Showcase, a rumor that we can now independently verify. The Doom series has been a tremendous success for our Xbox and ID Software in 2020. A LinkedIn description from ID Software employee claimed that the game made over $450 million in revenue. What are your thoughts on the new Doom game, and are you looking forward to the medieval setting with Doom: The Dark Ages? I'm going to tell you no. I don't have any interest in that at all. I have very minimal interest in Doom: The Dark Ages. Okay. Doom Eternal was a interesting looking game. Was an interesting playing game. I thought it was one of the better, definitely playing games of the time that we were getting. But it didn't make me feel like how I felt playing Unreal Tournament or Quake back in the day, and that's what I would rather have. Right? For me personally. It's cool that they're digging back into the Doom bag, because I thought they were done with it after Eternal. Eternal kind of closed the door on that. So what I am interested in, are they going to end up incorporating multiplayer like they did with the Doom previously before they did Eternal? Because that Doom did have multiplayer in it. Because that would maybe give me a reason to jump in. But to be honest, I didn't play that Doom either. So maybe at this point, Doom just isn't for me. That's seemingly how it's becoming. Eternal, again, as good and as interesting of a game as it was, it just didn't do enough to keep me interested in it. Again, I'm looking for something completely different. I'm more of the Unreal Tournament Quake guy. If anything, I like to have that experience more so in the multiplayer than me having some story focused thing that's just over the top and all this crazy stuff, which is, it's cool. But Pong, how do you feel about Doom Year Zero? Do you have more interest than I do, at least, for what they can do with this one?
I do, because of course I like old school Doom, but again, so there's a caveat to this. Doom Eternal was fantastic. I had a fun time with the bit I played. However, they introduced way too much platforming. Some people really loved it, but you guys all know I don't do platforming anymore. I'm not a platformer guy, so the platforming is a no-go for me. And again, I played around with Doom Eternal. Again, I love what it does. id Tech is amazing. I can't wait to see what they've upgraded in id Tech. I can't see what this is going to look. This is going to be current gen only, I imagine. I can't wait to see what this, because their optimization, again, the old joke, Doom can run on anything, is because of their optimization. These guys are masters. These guys are wizards. It is a wizard. id Tech is a fantastic engine, unbelievable engine. So I can't wait to see all of that stuff. Plus, you put Doom guy back in the Middle Ages, fuck yeah, let's go. Like, again, I'm a high fantasy guy. I love this shit, right? But if they do keep the platforming, which some people absolutely loved, and Eternal got great reviews, tons of people loved Eternal. If they have that, which I am expecting they will, then it's going to be a no-go. I'm going to download it. I'm going to check it out, but I'm going to have more of a good time seeing everybody else's clips, watching some people play through the levels who are actual real Doom players that enjoy the hell out of it.
Get to it.
Yeah, bro, it's insane action, man. Insane.
It's really visceral, really gruesome. I like that. I like it for that, for sure.
Yeah, it's crazy. So yeah, no, I'm definitely more excited than you are, because I will try it, because I am anticipating, because I want to see what it looks like, what it feels like, all that kind of stuff. But if they do keep the platform, I'll be out. I'll be dropping it. More interesting, Steels, if this is going to be here. I want to follow up with you, because we talked about this last night. Is there any chance, Mav asked this last night, do you think there's any chance that it drops this year? Would they do that with a loaded back half, or do you think they push it, or that it's a 2025 game?
Doom Year Zero, do they push it? I mean, I think they'll show it in
Dark Ages.
In late, Dark Ages, excuse me. I think they'll show it and release it next year.
Yeah.
I don't think that there's necessarily any push for it. I think what that'll do with the announcement of that, especially if it is truly a prequel, that may drive some interest for Eternal, to get people interested in, oh man, maybe I missed out on Eternal. Maybe that'll help wake some people up to get them to try it and get them excited for the next one. I think this one should be more, I think it should be used, I think the announcement should be more so used for a hype up moment versus, oh, get ready for this game to release, or at least give us a timeline. Like maybe you show us a trailer, some gameplay, and you say 2025 fall, maybe summer, maybe after the showcase then. That's what I would kind of think, like late spring, early summer kind of game, because I think it would fit in really well there. That's kind of what my expectation would be on it, for sure. Use this as a hype up moment, then let's get ready to release this game.
Yeah, no, Mav just brought it up. I just personally, it makes zero sense. The back half of this year is too loaded. Like, there's zero sense to
there's a lot that's coming. That's not even considered Game Pass.
I think you save it for, it's not considered the third party stuff. We ran through that too last night. Like, it's stupid how much is second half again. So I think you leave this for next year. I think that potentially, it's been working on this for a long time. Okay. This has been undercover for a long time.
Yeah.
They have helped out other teams on some other games during COVID. They were helping out, but I think that honestly, they could have this ready. And I think this would be a great way to start next year, because this year, again, Xbox had nothing from first party big in the first half, right? I think next year's when that stops. They have so much next year that I said it last night. I think every quarter has at least one big game from first party, and I think there's going to be a quarter or two that have two or more in them. I think next year we could legit have the biggest year from Xbox first party AAA games that we've ever seen, with how things are lining up.
New console?
Yeah. Well, yeah, but I think they're going to push them. I've been under the opinion, right? They're going to push some stuff to 2020. They have too much still. They have too. There's no way they're dropping everything next year, right? Perfect Dark, Playable, there's no way you're dropping everything. You got South of Midnight, right? You got Clockwork Revolution. You got Doom. Smaller. You've got Obsidian remake, or Oblivion remake, Fallout 3 potential remake, right? Which are both big titles. I don't care what anybody says. Those are big titles. Those are, if they're remaking them, those are millions sellers. Okay. Everybody will go back and play those games as if they're brand new again. Look what happened with the Skyrim Anniversary Edition. Take that to another level, because we haven't seen anything from Oblivion as far as that goes. And Fallout 3 got the bumps, obviously, from backwards compatibility. But if you're talking about a full remake, Fallout 3 is considered one of the greatest RPGs of all time by a lot of people. So is Oblivion. Those are big sellers. Those are giant sellers still. You got the Marcus Phoenix collection.
I agree with that.
If that's real, you got the Marcus Phoenix collection somewhere in there as well.
This year.
Bro, you got Contraband.
Needs to be.
You got Contraband in there.
Got to find out what that is. Yeah.
Right. You're talking about massive lineup next year. Right. I think it's next year. But again, I'm just saying, when you look at that lineup, they're going to have something. Xbox is going outside of the Switch too, right? Xbox is going to dominate with how many games they got coming next year, they're going to have to push a couple. Like I want them all, don't get me wrong, but it would make sense for them to push a couple into 2026, have the 2026 lineup leading up to potentially the next gen launch rock solid. And you have next gen versions ready of a lot of these games for whatever that console looks like, ready to rock and roll out the gate for launch. Updates to any games that you do have launched prior to it. And then you've got one of the best launch lineups of all time, potentially for that new console as well. They're going to be cross gen, but you're going to have a hell of a lineup. So I just think that you have Doom. And I think that if Doom is ready, close, obviously there is no bad time to launch a game anymore. That's out the window. That myth has been broken now multiple times. So I just think you launch it early and start your year off with Doom. The Dark Ages out the gate sets the tone for the entire year. I would love to see that, right? If not, if it's South of Midnight, Clockwork Revolution, great. Doom, April, May, whatever, somewhere in that neighborhood, perfect, fine. That's fine with me too. But if it's ready, like January out the gate launch, that's a one way to start the year. Have your direct and have Doom ready to rock and roll. I think it'd be dope. But we're definitely going to see it. And I am semi-excited. But again, I am expecting the platform to be back, which will ultimately make me drop off. So that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, that'll definitely be unfortunate. I mean, again, it is interesting to see that they may be at least informing us of what they're working on. Just had the connection drop pretty hard. So anybody in chat, if you're running across some issues, apologies for that, but hopefully you do a little refresh and or drop down the res, and that will resolve it for at least for the meantime. Looks like it's trying to smooth itself back out, but
yeah. And Nixie, you're right. Again, we've been critical of Xbox and their cadence, right? There should not have been a dead spot at the beginning of this year. There shouldn't have been. It is what it is. It turned out that way. I said that I didn't like the first half being completely blank, right? I don't think that that's what they really want, but I do think next year, legitimately, just from what we know, there should not be a dead quarter next year. There should not be. They have so many games lined up that they can move pieces around and should have something each quarter next year. They should. And you're right, Nixie. It has been that way. We've been talking about this forever. Obviously, COVID ruined a lot of plans. Also, there was a lot of times there was no excuse, right? There was no excuse for 2022. There was zero excuse from Xbox. This should not have happened, but it did. But yes, I think next year is actually starting the second half of this year through next year into 2026, all the way through 20. I think the next 2.5 years are lined up perfectly. There should be no dead zones for Xbox.
I mean, again, and I don't consider second and third party dead zones.
No,
when they drop in
those. But I'm saying first party. So. I'm saying first party. I'm just saying
which I get. Which I get. I just I'm just going to continue to be consistent about that. There's just so much more that they're bringing to the table outside of first party.
Oh, of course,
I feel like first party is that addition. I mean, I definitely get it.
No, and Nixie said earlier, Nixie used second party deals from Sony to cover Sony's butt.
Oh,
earlier
for sure,
in the chat.
for sure. I get,
right?
I get
he said, Sony's dropped 4 console exclusives, right? So he's using that same logic too, right? So it is all fair. I mean, it's fair game. I've said it before. I count second and third party deals as good deals, right? Things that come into Game Pass, I count them. But again, a lot of the community doesn't. It's all about first party. I'm saying personally, first party, they should never have a down quarter from here on out. They have too much content. They have too much of a lineup. There should never be a down quarter. They should be able to slot in a game 1 per quarter at least. They should, just from what they've got. So.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who else has been saying that we need to wait till next year. Was continuing the continue to next year kind of slogan. I mean,
Nixie, you know what I'm saying. You did it in the chat earlier. You know your comment. Again, Nixie, you're too smart. You know, I see you. I know how the conversations go. You used it specifically to say that Sony had stuff this year, even though it wasn't first party, and you were well aware of the conversations that happened around that. Again, I don't agree with them. But I'm just saying, I knew what you were doing when I saw you posted in there. Come on, Nixie.
Again, I mean, it's fair, considering that's how they're playing their game, because it is exclusive to that box.
Yes.
And a lot of people see it that way, which is why, I mean, again, I personally don't feel like if you do that, then you can't consider the deals that Xbox cuts for second and third party, because then you can say that it's exclusive to Game Pass. Sure, you can buy it somewhere else, but I have day and date access to it over here.
we had
like
that
MLB The Show, for an example.
We had that conversation. It's not tribalism. You know exactly what happened in 2022. Xbox got zero credit for anything that they put out when they cut the deals for Game Pass. And you know, Steele and I were sitting here saying, we got games to play, got games dropping to Game Pass. We consider that the same. So, right, we consider that the same. So there's no tribalism here. I just saw your comment earlier and I was laughing to myself because I knew what you were doing. So there's no tribalism. You know that. I'm all for considering that stuff. And Game Pass deal is the same as a console exclusive. So if you want to argue that point, that's fine. But again, that's how I consider it. That's how I look at it. That's how I feel about them. That's how Steele feels about them. So it is what it is. Yeah.
I mean, again, if it's just we're more so considering because it's not available on a completely different platform, then I guess I could definitely hear that. But things need to be available on more platforms. So it's kind of where I'm at with it. Again, just to touch on Stellar Blade real quick as an example, I think that'd be a good transition a bit. Shift Up CEO Shift Up said Stellar Blade is exceeding expectations. They're already considering a PC port and a sequel, and they are working on another project called Project Witches, and is a new IP set for release in 2027 on consoles, PC, and mobile. It's funny that their next project, they're going to make sure that they're putting on everything. I wonder, and I get that Shift Up is saying it here advertently that they're considering a PC port. The PC port was already in consideration before. It got put to the side because PlayStation wanted a game that would speak for the console. They locked it down. I'm pretty sure they still have access to that PC version because the game was developed on PC.
Of course.
Again, we're not. The Stellar Blade isn't available on PlayStation 4, so it is so much more likely that Stellar Blade will be on PC much sooner than later. And why wouldn't it be? You're just accessing more people. So I thought that was actually interesting to get actual clarification about them exceeding expectations and also clearing that they are going to be bringing the game to multiple platforms. Again, I think that doubles down on the ideology of things that are changing. Did you kind of expect what Shift Up came out with Stellar Blade this week? And also, speaking of which, apparently the what is it called? The I want to say confidentiality. That's not what it's called. The censoring that we were speaking to before. Apparently, Shift Up removed some of the censoring. So that was also a win for some of the community this week. There's outfits that were dropped that were censored previously that Shift Up released that are now uncensored. So it does end up bringing up the question of what's the truth? Because they told us, Shift Up came out and said that they released the game uncensored, that they didn't make any specific changes. And now, weeks later, we get an update that is uncensoring outfits. So, were some of us right?
Yeah. I mean, we knew. Again, it's fine. I hate censorship on any level. So I will always speak out against censorship. I never want anybody to censor themselves when it comes to this stuff. Let the consumers be the judge of your content. I don't ever want stuff censored. I want it to be what it was intentional to be. We got mixed reports and mixed direct quotes from Shift Up on whether or not they did censor that game, which added to the confusion, right? Which added to everything that was going on around it, the whole free Stellar Blade situation, all that kind of stuff. Whatever you guys think about that. Again, I am always for do not censor your product, okay? Make it the game that you wanted it to be. If it is, right, if it was or it wasn't, whatever has happened, obviously there was a change at Shift Up. Overall, you guys know how excited I am for Stellar Blade. It's not enough. Not one or two games is going to go get me to purchase a PlayStation 5 at this point, so I will port beg for it. I don't give a shit. I don't have a problem port begging. I've said from the beginning, I want it to come to PC. It was originally announced for PC. It was originally announced for Xbox. Fine. Sony bought the console exclusivity. Great. There's no reason why this thing should not, as Steele said, come to PC at this point. Shift Up has seen great success. Again, we don't have exact numbers, but obviously there's tons of people playing it, tons of people loving it. It's been successful. It's a smaller team. I hope it is coming to PC. I hope they make that move. I can't wait to play it on PC. Obviously, the modding community is licking their chops for all wrong reasons over here. But
that's going to be crazy.
But again, it doesn't matter what game it is. They do it, and that game is perfectly made for it. So guess what? That's going to be there. I just want to play the game. Right. I love beautiful characters. Obviously, you guys know that. I don't shy away from that. Don't care. But at the same time, I'm actually interested in the gameplay because of what I've seen, because they do have a mode for me
right up my alley
that does take some of the difficulty out of it. I really do want to play it. I think the monsters, the character design, all of it looks fantastic. The world looks cool as hell. Yeah. So I hope they do that. And I'm excited that they've already announced their next project, that they are working on another project. I hope they do keep that one multi-plat across the board. We'll see. Maybe Sony likes the success that Stellar Blade gave them and they cut them another deal. All right. We've seen that in the past. But I hope Shift Up does put their games more places because obviously they're an up-and-coming studio. For them to come out the gate with a game like this, and again, for the people who are really playing the game, not just for the photo mode, but people actually diving in. Yes, some people have said the story is kind of meh, but for the most part, the action and the combat, people have said are great. They said the bosses are interesting. The boss fights are satisfying. So that means they did a great job outside of just making the character sexy, right? So got to give credit to the team for doing that, and I think they've got a bright future ahead of them, and I can't wait to see more because, like I said, I want to see more games like this come out. So all for it, man. Shout out to Shift Up, man.
Yeah, definitely shout out to Shift Up. But again, I don't the whole port begging thing. I think it's just so funny to me. Because it's not port begging to allow more people to play a game that you have interest in or is interesting. Again, like when people say, "Oh, you're port begging," you might as well just literally say that you like sucking the cock of whatever company that you are saying that the game doesn't need to come away from. Because that's the only reason why exclusives matter to anybody, for the corporations, not for us as gamers. It doesn't do anything for the gamer except create this mentality that games being in separate ecosystems are just better for us overall as the gamer. Why can't the corporations fight for our dollar through making a better fucking ecosystem? Why does it have to be, if the games aren't in a specific place, then none of the everything else matters? That's why I try not to fall victim to that type of shit. Like people try to put people in a box, like, oh, you're this kind of gamer. Like, no, I'm not. And we can argue about it. We can go back and forth. I'm not going to allow you just to call me whatever you want to call me, or to fit me in whatever box that you want to fit me in, or fit the conversation. Oh, you're just port begging because you. No, I want people to have more access to games than they did fucking before. And keeping them to a specific platform isn't going to guarantee that people are going to, whether that developer is going to get their next game or we're going to get a good product. It doesn't fucking. Come on. At least. That's all I want. But anyway. Some good news. Something that gets me extremely excited. Miyazaki. You know what he said? From From Software, you already know. He wants to make another Armored Core.
Yes, sir.
He goes on to say, I believe Armored Core 6 was a success. On the other hand, to say that it was a success, I think is like, maybe there has to be a loss in translation because it was beyond successful comparatively to the IP before Armored Core 6 released. Because again, me and Paul are on record, multiple shows saying that Armored Core has not sold close to 1 million copies per release. Mm-hmm. And then this one drops and they're over probably close to 5 million by now. Definitely we're over three something closer to release. So, but he goes on to say, I believe Armored Core 6 was a success. On the other hand, not everything was perfect and there is still room for improvement. So I have no intention of stopping there. Again, but now you have more people than ever who are interested in Armored Core, can see the potential in Armored Core, and now you can get people at least hired onto the studio, or now you have a dedicated community that can tell you, hey, these are the things we're expecting, these are the things that we're looking for, these are the things that we like to change, and you can kind of go from there. What happened, Paul?
No, I'm laughing at the chat. All love to you too, Nick. I'm just catching up on Nixie's comments and everybody else's comments in there. So all of you know that, Nixie. And again, not to go backwards, but I just wanted to say I was talking about the wider conversation that does happen. I just drew you in because you used what, again, we used on our side defending Xbox back in 2022. And that was always dismissed by the wider community conversation, which the goalposts always move. That's why I brought up your conversation. But I do get it that you count those, Nixie. We count those too. And again, that's all that matters at the end of the day. I just brought it up because I saw you use it. So that's all. But all of you, Nixie, I do get you, man. So anyways, but yeah, no, the Solar Blade stuff, I think, or no, we're back on Armored Core. Armored Core 6 is, I think Armored Core, this is the best outcome we could have asked for, Steel, and I got to get back to it at some point. And obviously, you said the co-op mode is awesome. But I think this is Miyazaki. This is the best outcome they could have had. Like Armored Core did ride on the From Software name this time around, but more people jumped in just to check it out and wound up loving it, which is what we said had to happen for Armored Core, right? We had to get people interested to see that this combat was freaking amazing, that the take on mechs that they have is freaking awesome, and that game could be a freaking blast, even if you didn't have interest per se before, that they were bringing something different. Plus, From Software has learned so much from back in the day to now, and they used a lot of that in this new game. And a lot of people found out that they really like this like style, right? That they like mechs, they like getting into that. So I think that is dope. This is, and the fact that he's going to go back to it, make it one of his franchises that he works on, and obviously in classic Miyazaki form. During the interview, he talked about, how it wasn't perfect, that he had stuff to work on and they thought it was a good game, but there was more that they could improve upon, and that he wants to continue to do that. So I thought that was pretty dope too. That's what makes
Nick, just the answer your question, because he said, did AC6 sell a mill? Yes. It sold almost 3 million copies in by August 25th of 2023. Shortly after release. So that is way beyond anything else in there in that IP has ever done in its history. I think even you could probably put all the other games together and it still wouldn't be what this one game has done for the Armored Core franchise, which I think has also allowed people, because of what Armored Core has done, I think that is what has allowed people to start releasing other mecha games, because conveniently after this release, and it seemingly doing well, I'm starting to see even more like mecha games kind of coming to the forefront, people talking about it, sharing it out, or at least the general interest, which is super dope for me to see.
Yeah.
Especially as a fan. So.
It is. Also, while we're here still, what did you think? I wanted to get your opinion because I didn't hear you talk about it. What did you think of the Elden Ring trailer?
The Elden Ring trailer. Shout out to the Shadow of the Erdtree, man.
The Erdtree. Yeah.
$40 DLC. That's also coming out fucking next month. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. I'll be back on Xbox playing Elden Ring because that's where my save is at. I do have Elden Ring on PC, but I have a modded save on there. I mean, I could play it normally, but I already have a character that's built up, and I don't feel like going through the game again just to do that, since I'm already going through a modded playthrough. But Shadow of the Erdtree was excellent. Again, as far as like setting the stage, bringing those emotions back, making you feel everything that Elden Ring did. Again, Elden Ring is probably the best game that has released this generation thus far. As far as the complete package goes, from start to finish, and just knowing that there's DLC coming, especially at the amount of time that they've taken on the DLC, it's pretty much going to be almost a damn near a standalone game from what it's seeming like. And I think the interest is going to be the engagement that Elden Ring got before, when it was just like it had the industry in a chokehold. I do think that it's going to end up doing that again with the DLC. Elden Ring has made people look at Souls games differently. Shout out to Kai. We talked about that last week. Shout out to Kai Sanat. I think what he has done is also gained more attention to, at least to a base that probably wasn't interested in it before. That's also going to help with it. Elden Ring is just, they're playing into the popularity. They're playing into the eyes of the gamer right now, the heartbeats. So I'm extremely excited for it. It's going to be interesting to see how much time I end up getting put back into there. If there's one game that's going to make me put aside other games, it definitely would be Elden Ring, because it's just nothing like that experience, man. Souls games are so special in many ways, and Elden Ring encapsulates everything that's FromSoft has done over the years and put it into an open world environment that you just can't get enough from, man. I just it has me extremely excited. I want to see what it's going to be like on a gameplay standpoint, how much it opens the game up, how they flip the story on its head a bit. Maybe they take some of the things that they've learned from the game being kind of, I would say, sneaky about its story. It's not as direct as people would like it, right? It's definitely in the minutia of the gameplay that you got to kind of find these things, but that's why people like it, man. So I want to see more from it. I'm loving the hype that I'm seeing from it, and again, they played into the feels, so I can't wait.
Yeah, Blue Moon FC, I did see that. Miss Mika beat it on New Game 7+ with a level 1 character, beat all the bosses. That is incredible. I
just don't care enough.
You guys know I am jealous of Souls players, right? You guys know this. I love watching people play Souls games because I love everything about them. I just know I'll never be that good. But there are so many talented Souls players, Steel included, that are just ridiculous, bro. Like, I wish I had that. Watching her beat that the final boss, and her anticipating those moves. Like, again, just an old guy. I've lost a step in my fingers and my hand coordination. I still got pretty good sometimes, but man, I don't know if I could have ever done what some of these people do in these games, because it's unbelievable. And I just never have had the patience. I would never have been able to do it. So, but it is incredible watching somebody accomplish something like that. Insane.
I like it. I like it for the fact that because it shows me that people still respect skill in games.
Yeah, sure.
That's what gets me excited about games like Wuthering Waves as well. It still allows skill expression. It can be as welcoming as it needs to be for anybody, right? But then when you allow also, which I think Elden Ring did pretty well as well, making it more open, it allows it to be more accessible to a wider audience, but still allows skill expression for those people who are interested in that. I think that's a lot of beating yourself up against the wall. But again, it's always going to speak to people's skills. I mean, I would hope that people catch on after you've played the game 7 times in a row, back to back, that you're familiar at least what the mechanics are going to be and everything. But it's super impressive when people kind of put themselves, purposely handicap themselves to accomplish certain goals and whatnot. Because even myself, I just don't have the want to replay a game that many times.
she was the one too, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, but she's the one that beat Elden Ring with a dance pad too.
Was that her?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was.
I don't recall. I'm
pretty sure that was the same girl that she beat. Yeah, that she beat it with the dance pad. Which, for me, that's just
Yeah, even the concept of that, it's like you just take it to the next level. That's great. I mean, that's great for content creation. That's fucking amazing.
Yeah, of course.
But
yeah.
I mean, it's definitely if you could figure it out and everything, because damn, that wouldn't be me though. Would not be me. Sci-Fi says Miss Mika.
Yep, it was her. Yep, so it's the same girl. Yep, that's why I said Miss Mika. Yeah, so yeah, no, insane. It's just, man, no thanks. Yeah, with a bunch of mods, special mods you can't see. Listen, okay, however, the fact that I could never even do it with mods, again, it's still, I don't care how these people do it. It's still impressive. It still has a level. I
don't think she was using any mods.
Whether or not she was, it doesn't freaking matter.
It looked organic. It didn't look like she. Yeah. I don't think there's any like auto dodging or auto parrying or anything like that. I don't know for Elden Ring. I don't typically look into stuff like that for any game that I play. So I don't know. Raven says, is Elden Ring going to win ongoing game this year? I fucking hope not. It's not an ongoing game. It's a game that got DLC. I hate the fact that people are considering games that are getting DLC ongoing games. It's a game that got DLC. Can we just have a different category for DLC
no, they
of the
changed
year?
it still. Again, Cyberpunk changed everything, bro. It's all open now. So it'll be Starfield will probably be in there with Shattered Space, right? Maybe Diablo will be in there with their new expansion.
Whatever. What the fuck ever. Fucking ridiculous. It's so stupid.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm trying to see if anybody else said anything real quick. Nope. Okay. Hey, Starfield better win for Shattered Space. Hey, there you go. There you go.
Yep. And all the additions they're making, bringing in vehicles, all the new mapping, all that kind of stuff. Why not? Might as well be the comeback game of the year, man. Let's go.
I did find this interesting that Arrowhead, the people who make Helldivers, correct? I believe I'm not mistaken in that. Hires Shams Georgiani as new CEO, and Johan Pelstedt takes the role of Chief Creative Officer. He stepped down from being CEO to be CCO. This happens. Sometimes the person at the top isn't always the best person to be running the entire ship. And it could just been completely overwhelming for him, right? From the amount of eyes that this game has got on it, the amount of attention that it has got, the amount of adversity that the game has been going through seemingly and still going through. It's not easy for everybody to go through. So if you feel like somebody else being at the top of the helm is going to be better for the company and totality to keep things moving in the right direction. And again, especially when you're creative, sometimes doing all the behind the scenes work is not where you want your juices to be flowing at. You want to be put better into a position where you can actually impact the game in ways that the game becoming popular has not allowed you to do. That's kind of how I've taken this. I don't think that this is necessarily a downturn for Helldivers per se. It's just hey, we need to readjust. Obviously, this game became much more than what we were expecting. And hey, what's his name? Hey, Shams, I need you to step up, bro, because I need to get back into the creative chair. This is what I mainly care about. This is where I really want to flesh out this game at. I got so many other ideas that I want to implement. And because this game has become this whole different beast, I can't put focus on what I care about. So come on, step in, take care of this for me. And again, it had to be of some understanding, because from what I know, Shams isn't like some completely out of nowhere dude. So at least from my understanding, I didn't do a bunch of research on him though.
No, and it came on the heels too, still, I think, of an interview where he said that they are looking to become the next From Software. So if that's that, they're setting themselves up. All right, they again, it's a big goal, but it's obviously you got to have big goals, man. That's what drives your company, right? So if he is looking at it realistically, and that the business side, like you said, Steele, with Helldivers doing what it's
got to be, and this got to be stupid,
taking over more and more of his life, and he knows his role. Like, it was cool to be, CEO, because it was a small company and you were like this creative genius or whatever else, and you could handle the business side because you were small. But now you know that you're going to expand out. Now you have big goals included to become like From Software, which From Software isn't From Software without some really strategic business moves as well that they've accomplished over the years as well. And you just take an honest look at yourself in the mirror and say, listen, I'm the creative. That's where I want to remain. I'm not cut out totally to handle a company that's growing with a IP like Helldivers that has gotten extremely large. And I would rather keep my energy focused on the creative side, moving Helldivers continuously forward, while also looking potentially at another project or whatever the case may be that they're doing. I want to be at the head of the creative part of that. I don't want to step away from that side. I need somebody else who knows the business side to take over for me so that I can remain that way. Hell yeah, this is what you do. This is what 100%. Good business people do. You don't let your ego stand in the way of your company going where it needs to go or where you want it to go. If you aren't necessarily all about that business side, stepping back and letting the ego down and saying, nah, I need somebody else in here who knows that that's what you do. Like that's a huge move on his part. I think it's pretty dope. I mean, we'll see where they go from here, but pretty dope move, man. Not everybody can do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not everybody has the guts to do that.
Stanley Francois brought up an excellent question in chat. I love when questions like this pop up.
Stanley Francois. Shout out to you. Shout out to Game Shark going in here. Shout out to Roadkill 8018 in here. Shout out to who else I see? Sci-Fi Sky dropping in here. Shout out to OCD Gamer. I saw him dropping through here. Shout out to everybody who's joined us too. Appreciate you all.
But yeah, Stanley Francois brings up a question. He says, Steel, what would make you come back to Elden Ring and not Starfield if you beat both? And they both have DLCs coming out. Genuine question. Fair. It's a very fair question.
Yes, sir.
So, from what I know about Starfield in Shattered Space, I am under the impression that I'm going to have to beat the game again or go through the beginning of the game again to get to it. Right?
Okay.
That's what I'm under the impression of. Now, if the DLC comes out and I can just pick up from where I left off at, because I may have a save before I beat the game, I don't remember. If Shattered Space does allow that, then it would give me room to consider going back. Now, if I have to get to a certain point to access that content, then that would be a turnoff for me. Right? I've already lost the things that I got in my first playthrough. So that's one aspect of it. Two, the other aspect of it is going to be interest and how the games have traditionally have been, right? So typically in Souls games, when they add DLC, and you can say the same, oh, well, Elden Ring is going to need you to get to a certain point, but I've already beaten the game. I've already beat the game one time, 300 hours in almost, and I haven't gone to my next playthrough on Xbox, right? So the game is exactly where I'm at, where I left off at. And how the DLC is going to be set up, I know for sure, is that I'm going to go to a specific place. I'm going to enter a portal from what we've seen this far, and it's going to take me to the DLC. So boom, and then I can experience the DLC. So there's one side of it is what my expectation from one versus the other. Again, I'm not the Super Bethesda fans. I'm Super Bethesda fan. I'm not completely sure how they handle DLC for their single player games, but I was under the impression that Starfield was going to where you were going to have to replay the game or get to a certain point in the game for you to get access to it. And since I've already beaten the game and I think I went through the Nexus, I don't recall whether I have a save point before that or not. That's what it's going to depend on. If it's accessible, then I may go back. And that would allow me to then, which is super ideal for me, because now I can drop in all my mods and all the extra shit that I would like to drop in through the Unity. I think I stepped through the Unity, but I'm not sure. You have to step through it to beat the game technically. So I'm pretty sure that leaves me kind of at zero, but I don't know yet. I'm still waiting to get additional information of how the Shattering Space DLC is going to actually end up working and how it's going to be implemented, because that will have an effect on whether I end up going back or not. Most of the time I don't, especially if single player games much later, but it does depend on the interest. It does depend on, and it just depends on how it's implemented. So. In sci-fi, he says also many players like myself don't want to do New Game Plus for roleplay reasons. That's kind of me as well. That's kind of how I look at it. My initial playthrough is my playthrough of the game. I'm not trying to go back through and edit and make different. No, this is the experience that I got. This is what I want to remember. This is how I felt about the game, right? So, yeah. Stanley says, Bet, thanks for answering my question. No hate. I just wanted to know your thoughts. Thanks again. Starfield made me a Bethesda fan. Now the Fallout games are easier for me.
Congrats, yeah, Stanley. Imagine Steel goes through the portal and ends up at the Fortress of Solitude. LOL.
You stupid. But yeah, that's what has me interested in how Starfield is going to go about that. Because again, if they make it open, then I'm all about it, and I've got to save for it, then cool. But if I kept myself out because I beat the game, that's going to turn me off, and I'm already turned off because my shit doesn't carry over. That's already a turn off for me. We'll see. No guarantees, but I'm not expecting to return to Starfield like I am expecting to return to Elden Ring, just because of how those games have traditionally kind of been always, right? Easy to get back, easy to jump back into DLC, drop right in and you're good to go. So, especially with all the carryover and everything. And again, Souls games are one of the very few games that I'll go back through, but you get new stuff going through it and so on and so forth. But anyway, nonetheless. All right, let's see where else we go from there. I think that's pretty much it as far as what I got on my list outside of Black Ops 6 being released, because my God, we never knew that it was going to come. I thought it was going to be State of Decay 3.
Shocking.
I definitely thought it was going to be State of Decay 3.
Mind blowing this week that all along that redacted title still was Black Ops, Call of Duty Black Ops, and that the corner redacted name was Activision. I'm blown away, bro. Blown away. I can't believe we're getting Call of Duty direct.
It's insane, man. I never knew that Call of Duty would be the one that's going to be here. Man, even a Black Ops, I just never would have anticipated. You know what I didn't truly anticipate though? Them starting up this marketing train with advertisements that are like literally like conspiracy theory-esque, right? Or espionage-esque, right? That's something that I missed from Black Ops back in the day that really amped me up to want to play the story or get involved, or hey, what are you presenting here? And that tells me that hopefully something has changed. Hopefully this acquisition has changed something internally to allow them to do things like this.
I disagree with you a little bit here still, because they've tread this. They will go. That's why if you go back, you can go watch our shows when we first started talking about the new Call of Duty, right? I said the one when we found out that was potentially going to be set during Gulf War, right?
Right.
You go back and listen. I say, I'm curious if now that we know what we know, that the government lied to us completely to get us into that war, that if they were going to be courageous enough to tread in there, because they have done this stuff. They have walked the gray area. No Russia. Russian is obviously the big one that everybody knows. They have walked the fine line. They have been willing to, even though I just got done saying Call of Duty hasn't been a serious military shooter in a long time, campaign-wise, they have been willing to tread into some dark areas, right? With the stories surrounding some of the places that they've gone to, right? So I said, I'm very interested if they were going to do this deal. And the fact that they have, like you said, again, shout out to Activision. If there's one thing they know how to do, marketing is top of the line. Okay. This one is really like you, Steele. Like minute I saw their tagline, "The Truth Lies," right? And they had covered up Mount Rushmore and blindfolds with that. And then they actually sent in real life, they actually spray painted a news truck, a news van with "Truth Lies" on it and drove it around New York City, I think it was, to advertise this. And they had people filming it, of course, for the advertising. That is dope to me, Steele. And I love to hear that you are interested in it now too, because I want to see where they go with this. Now, it could be that they totally stay away from some of it, or they actually legitimately call out some of it, right? And if they do, I will give them extra props for it. Like if they actually do, because it is pretty dope, man.
Yeah. That is definitely going to be dope for me. It's going to pull my interest in. Again, with it coming to Game Pass as well, that's going to other part of it that's going to be extremely interesting to see how that's going to play in, and whether more people than ever end up jumping into it with this kind of marketing run, right? Call of Duty hasn't had something like this to really pull you in quite some time, and them moving this direction is, I think, it's big ups for me. So it's exciting.
What do you think about the marketing campaign overall, though?
What do you mean?
Do you think it's effective? Do you think it's effective?
Just in the grand scheme,
what you've seen
like
so far,
like if they continue,
yeah.
I think it's beyond effective. I mean, this is how you get people interested in Call of Duty again, not just on like a multiplayer standpoint, but especially coming off the heels of Modern Warfare 3 being much weaker in campaign, shorter, all the other complaints that they had against it. Same thing with 2. This whole run of Modern Warfare this time around, let's just be honest, it didn't hit as hard as the original trilogy did, just to be fair.
Sure.
So now them ramping back up to get back into Black Ops, this is your opportunity to take advantage of some things that you've been missing for quite some time. The wonder, the espionage, the what is really happening in this game. You questioning yourself throughout your entire playthrough. Hey, what are we doing in this? Is this the right moves? What is actually happening behind the scenes? I think that this is the right direction. They just need to make sure that they continue to hammer this out, to make sure that they continue to run with this whole conspiracy thing that they're doing with it all the way up to launch. That's only going to drive the success of the game. If you want people to end up looking at this Call of Duty differently and to get them to mainly play the campaign, because it's going to take a minute for them to transition, because this time around, unless they do a Warzone 4, which I don't think that they're going to do, you have to give people something different to get their interest in outside of just multiplayer. And this is the way to kind of drive it with single player again. And then casually get them into the multiplayer. If that's what you want to do. That's kind of how I'm looking at it. So I'm hoping that they continue it, because this is what gets me excited. This is prime marketing space. Take what is known for your game, the identity of your game, and twist whatever you need to twist, portray it however you need to portray it, and just sell the mess out of it and make everybody question, get all these channels start talking about, oh, what's going to be possible? What are we going to do in this Call of Duty? Like, that's how you reinvigorate a franchise, at least in my thoughts. So,
yeah, I love
and the zombies is going to be there. So
the zombies is going to be there. I see Nixie. Yeah, Nixie. I was never into zombies until I played Cold War Zombies. Steel and I had a great time in Cold War Zombies.
Oh yeah,
that's when I first said the open world zombies game is freaking
cool.
Fantastic. I like the new one too. I played a lot of the new one with Mav and Kate.
Wasn't bad.
And you jumped in. I loved it, man. I love that form of zombies. I know there's a huge amount of people who want the old school zombies. I just never, my kid was into them and I played them with him, but I couldn't do it, man. I just never got interested in learning all the secrets and how you got to go do this and do that and do this.
It's just a
get
circle.
The portal open. Yeah, I know, but it is. I was like, no, man, I just want to be able to run around and kill zombies. And the open world gives me the chance. Yes, there's still some of that there, but I love the open world zombies. I thought it was freaking amazing. So we'll see what Treyarch does. We also found out too, still along with the news, that Raven is helping with the campaign, which is awesome because Raven is awesome, right? So a lot of people love Treyarch. And a lot of people love Raven, what they do too. As a support studio, they've done great work, obviously. Yeah, can't wait to see what they do, man. But yeah, I think the campaign's got me interested. I went to that TV. The first teaser was that TV, like they had set up the old school TV where you could flip the channels. And one channel, it looks like there's 6, I think there were 6 total channels, Black Ops 6 total channels. One of the channels had that fake like video of what looked like an FBI or CIA agent saying, like, it was cool as hell, man. I love that shit. I love when they do this kind of marketing. Yeah, Jasper pointed out they did, highlight some stuff originally in Cold War camp in the advertising as well that never really showed up in the game. So maybe they're doing that again a little bit here. I really hope they lean into this. I hope they do cross into the gray area, man. I really do. I want to see them question things a little bit. Yeah, because we know
they should.
Because we know the truth now. Yeah, it should.
If there's any IP that should, Call of Duty should be continuously putting everything on the forefront and making us question some things that we've been told. I mean, why not? It's a game, right? It's a game. You should be able to do that. Outside of that, I don't have anything else that I wanted to get into on my end. We are on over 4 hours in. Pong, did you have anything additionally that you wanted to touch on as far as small hitters?
Let's see. We did get news while we went live. Hasdor, shout to Has, posted that Ace Combat 8 is the next large-scale project by Bandai Namco. That has been now confirmed. Awesome. Well, actually, it's from a leaker, so take it with a grain of salt. But Ace Combat is due. I love Ace Combat. I don't play him enough. I played a ton of them back in the day. I played 7 for a bit as well. I love the Ace Combat series, man. I love how they don't take it serious. The flying is awesome. The jets are represented so well. It feels good. Yeah, the flying. So I'm looking forward to it. Much like Armored Core coming back, I always want a new Ace Combat too. So I can't wait to see what they're doing, what they're cooking up with that. If you guys were interested, Steel, I know you were interested in this game after we saw it at one of the showcases. I think we saw it at the Direct. The Xbox Direct. I'm pretty sure that's where the Altars. That was that survival game that you got. That sci-fi indie game. Yeah,
Jazz tried it out. I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, Jazz took a trip to Poland and wrote up. He played 2 hours of the Altars, and Jazz is like me. He gets like excited about a lot of different things, and some people are like, he doesn't like anything I like because Jazz has unique taste too, like I do. But I thought it was cool that he got to go play it in Poland for 2 hours, wrote up a big article about it. So go check out Jazz. It's sounding really dope, man. It sounded really cool.
I mean, again, conceptually, it sounds like it was going to be a really interesting game, just with being able to pull yourself from different timelines and helping try to figure things out. Then they also have their own issues, right? Every individual version of yourself has its own issues that you got to kind of figure out, toy with, depending on how you're going to handle that, right? And then you got to progress. You got to continue to survive and make your way. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that game ends up playing out. There's a lot of mechanics in there that just seem extremely interesting. Again, that's what I like to see. Detailing games, kind of folding in on itself, making the game more interesting than just what's there on the surface level. Make you kind of think a little bit. And I think that's what that game is going to do from what I saw previously, and then the little bit I was able to read of the interview of his time with the game. So.
Yeah, absolutely. 1000%. Agree. I can't wait to see how this game goes, man, because I really do have interest in it. We didn't talk about if anybody did miss the Sony corporate strategy meeting, you didn't miss anything. It was Condo. There was some interesting things in there. Again, we kind of touched on it earlier. Just to recap, if you weren't here, they didn't talk about Xbox or Nintendo at all. There was some smoke flying around that they were going to do that. I was like, where are you guys? I jokingly said, what if this is their showcase and they do it in a corpo setting, like totally like just start dropping names. They didn't do that at all. Again, as we said earlier, some of the main point that was made was that they have invested enough, they believe, and they now need to start seeing returns. They're going to continue to expand transmedia, meaning that they are going to continue to take their IP and turn it into, books, movies, TV shows, whatever. They want to continue to push that out the way, out into the world, I should say, to spread more Condo. And that's how they think they're going to grow their base. But obviously that, overall, they have invested heavily according to them. And Hiroki Totoki is like, again, we knew this. Hiroki Totoki was one of the main speakers here. That it's time. They need to show something now. They need results. Also interesting too, Hiroki also talked about the fact that they want to be able to get to the point where they can put out the games when they want to put out the games. This was curious to me, Steele, because that goes back to how he talked about after going to all the studios and visiting the studios, that they're really great creatives and he loves the creative part, but they don't know shit about business, right? Paraphrasing. But he's like, you guys don't know shit about business. We need to fix that side. It sounds like he's not happy with happy with the dev timeline either. They talked a little bit about AI helping out with the creative part of it. They did say that they believe that humans are the only ones that can be creative, so that they aren't going to go full AI, but they did talk about using AI to help the dev pipeline to get more efficient in different areas to improve gameplay. Yeah, so that was included in here, and it sounds like Hiroki is going to start to hopefully, from his point of view, find more efficiency within the dev pipeline, fix the dev pipeline, help them out to be able to put out games when they want to put out games. That was a direct quote. We want to be able to put out content when we want to put out content. So I think there's going to be some changes. I've said this before. I don't think we've seen the last of the Hiroki changes at PlayStation. I think we are going to see more changes there as well. Some streamlining, some trimming down, definitely, potentially not looking for any more acquisition season unless it makes total sense for them. More so just focused on what they've already got and getting the games out. And they did confirm that they've pushed all their games as a service back to 2025 at least. So they're, what we talked about potentially this year being a surprise with their showcase, maybe one of the games as a service being ready this year. There's not going to be any of that. They've all been pushed to 2025, 2026. So, and we also got word too from Insomniac this week. Insomniac said that they are not interested in showing Wolverine anytime soon. So I thought it would be at a showcase. Take it with a grain of salt.
That leak? Nah.
Yeah, they're just not interested in showing Wolverine at all. But I thought they would showcase Wolverine with a Hopes and Dreams video of kind of what it would be like on PS5 Pro. Doesn't sound like Insomniac's interested in any of that shit, so that won't be there probably. But take it all a grain of salt. It's all off the cuff stuff. You know, who knows? We'll see. Things change. I did. Let's see. Was there anything else? There wasn't anything else. I'm not going to touch on the Steam rumors again. That's.
Purchase it. I don't purchase the Steam.
Yeah, I don't think it's anywhere in there. I don't think it's anywhere in the close time frame it's ever going to happen unless Gabe is absolutely 1000% going to walk away. But I still think in reality they'd be more likely to go public than they would be to sell. I don't think Microsoft is going to get into that. There would be, not to say that it would be stopped, but the regulatory process right now with the mindset across the globe would be a nightmare, even if it isn't. Even if it, at the end of the day, it is not a problem. So I just, again, I've said in the past that I thought it was a possibility eventually down the road. I've said that even before I was podcasting. I said that in chats. I had discussions about that in chat way back in the day that Steam could be a mark for Microsoft eventually, but whatever. I think that's
were you saying how you feeling about that?
I mean, I think.
Do you think that's bad if that happens?
No, but I think they would have. I think they would have a massive problem with the Steam.
I think it'd be a regulatory issue.
I said there would be regulatory pushback. Even if ultimately they won again, I think that they would see massive regulatory pushback, right? Even if you go down, and I've seen Kay Asante and others talk about it and explain how there is not a problem here really whatsoever. But I think more so would be keeping the Steam people. The Steam people would be up in arms.
You think so? Because I mean, nothing would change.
Yeah. Oh, people already were. Off this rumor, people were up in arms because they'd be afraid that they would change shit. Right? Because Steam has developed itself as a consumer-friendly company. That's why they ride or die with Steam. That's why Epic giving away free games hasn't made a dent in anything. There are people, massive amounts of Steam people that are like, I will never download another storefront. Like legit. Yep. I don't understand that. Like I'm grabbing all the free games that are Epic, but the Steam hardcore people, they're no joke, man. Okay. But yeah, I just don't think that rumor has anything to it whatsoever.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, again, anything's possible these days, but I just don't think so. Yeah, no, I think that's about it. It was interesting seeing Xbox in their or Microsoft in their Surface show they did this week, showing off what potentially could be some of the tech coming to the handheld. Yeah, with the AI, with the emulation on the Snapdragon, with ARM, correct? Yes. They said that they can get Baldur's Gate 3 to run 25 to 30 frames per second on the latest Qualcomm Copilot PCs, the new AI PCs that they announced this week. That's pretty damn impressive for all integrated stuff. Like, again, nobody had anything to say other than that's pretty damn good. They showed Borderlands 3 running on an emulated on the Snapdragon X Elite, which is a new chip from Snapdragon that suddenly closed the gap completely between themselves and the M processors over at Apple. Unbelievable, because Microsoft poached couple Apple engineers, top Apple engineers, and all of a sudden everything caught up. So this is giving a glimpse, though. Again, I'm not the tech guy, but it gives a glimpse, understanding what they're doing here. It gives a glimpse at AI being integrated into Xbox, which they also did say is going to happen. They showed off Minecraft as more of like an assistant, right, that can talk to you to help you out with a game. But this is just the tip of the iceberg, right? This is what I've been talking about for a long time, getting excited. And some of that emulation stuff, some of that ARM stuff was cool because that potentially could be how they're going to get the handheld to be a device, right? Because because these new the new AI PCs, laptop Surfaces, right? They're saying 24-hour battery life, which people didn't think was going to be possible.
Yeah, that's insane, which is crazy. If that ends up happening.
Yes.
Super insane.
So, which would make sense how they would get a handheld to work better, because that was one of the problems they pointed out. Battery life sucks, right? Tech, heat, and battery life are two of your main problems when you shrink something down to that size. Maybe they're figuring it out. So maybe this is a glimpse. So anyways.
That's a good point, Nick. Down with storefronts, excuse me while I play X to Final Ubisoft Connect. Yeah, there's going to be certain things that you can't necessarily avoid for sure.
Right.
When they limit it down. But again, I mean, that makes it, I'm not going to play X to Final. I don't have any real want. So, all right. Well, I guess this is where we get into our This Day in Gaming segment. Before I get down into grubbing and get myself situated, because I'm starting to get a headache, because I haven't eaten anything today, but I did have caffeine. So I'm ramped up and hungry as hell. Ladies and gentlemen, let's do it. Had some fun this morning. So, you know, when you're having fun, sometimes you just gotta, you miss out on some things. For those who know, you know. All right. So, This Day in Gaming. This Day in Gaming is a segment where we go 30 plus years in gaming history on this day. Today it would be May 25th of 2024, but it's just May 25th of any year, right? Mainly we do this because gaming is art and should be treated as such. There's a lot of that conversation. Again, Ninja Theory, shout out to you guys. You guys definitely created some art. And regardless what anybody else says, you created something very unique and badass. Nonetheless, this also helps you kind of appreciate where you are today, because games are made definitely or much better than they were in the past. And, you know, I'm one of those guys I don't think games were better back then. I think games are pretty goddamn good right now. So we're going to start this week in 1992 with Arcade releasing King of the Monsters 2, The Next Thing. All right, well, shout out to that. Then in 95, we're going to the Genesis releasing Light Crusader. Shout out to the Genesis. Then in 95, you had Sega 32X, 32 times, Shadow Squadron. All right, shout out to Shadow Squadron. Then in 95, the Arcade released World Heroes Perfect. Shout out to that. Then in 2000, PlayStation released Super Robot Tyson Alpha. Ooh. Super Robot Tyson. Yeah. Then in 2000 on PlayStation, we got Tubaku Moku Shiroku Kaiji.
I love it. Got a Japanese day today. Let's go.
Shout out to Tubaku.
Then in 32X game in here.
Oh, yes, 32X
Shadow Squadron. Let's go. 32X. I never owned one, but my buddy did.
I didn't either.
Yeah, I never had the Tower of Power, the second Tower of Power, but my buddy did. He had everything. He was rich.
That's crazy.
Rich. His parents were rich.
That's fair. That's fair.
He got everything.
Yeah. Then in 2004, PC released Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. Okay.
Let's go.
Then that game was also released on Game Boy Advance in 2004 as well. So there's that. Then in 2005, PlayStation 2 released Metal Slug 4 and 5.
Shout out to Metal Slug. So good. So good, man.
Always.
Nixie, you had the Tower of Power? Jesus, lucky bastards.
Baller. Yeah.
Exactly.
Then in 2006,
Sin did too. God, you guys.
Sin did too? Hey, okay. I was getting it. I was getting to it.
Yeah.
Then in 2006, PSP released Idis Eclipse, Generation of Chaos.
Don't remember that one.
Okay, shout out to Idis Eclipse.
Shout out to PSP.
Shout out to PSP for sure. Then in 2006, PlayStation 2 released Street Fighter Alpha Anthology. Okay.
Good.
Got that.
Yep. Oh, there we go.
Then in 2010, PC, PlayStation 3, and Xbox 360 released Blur.
So freaking fun. The competition had a group of guys that I played with consistently on Xbox 360 online, and my God, the competition in the chats, it was ridiculous.
Unreal.
Like because basically the game is set up like every race came down to like the last set. Yeah, you legitimately had a shot in every race, like even to the end, even if you had gotten crashed or whatever else, you had a shot. Like, and it was so much fun, man. It was so much fun. Blur was awesome.
Yeah, I don't remember playing it, but I remember having it. I just don't remember playing it. Then in 2010, PlayStation 3 released Soldner X2 Final Prototype.
Shmup. Great game.
Look like a shmup. Yeah.
Shmup. Let's go.
Then in 2010, PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 released UFC Undisputed 2010. It looks like they got Brock Lesnar on the front.
When Brock was UFC in.
When he came in and found out quickly that he's not a UFC fighter. He was better at wrestling. From what I remember. Then in 2011, PC and Xbox 360 released Dungeons and Dragons Daggerdale.
Let's go.
Okay.
Anything Dungeons and Dragons from back then was good. I slept on great games. Okay. So
nice. Then in 2016, Flash games for y'all who remember those. Riddle Transfer 2. All right. Shout out to those web.
Sewer Shark was amazing. I want full motion video games to come back again. I want them to redo Command and Conquer. EA do Command and Conquer, but keep the full motion video. I miss it, bro. Yeah. I miss all that shit.
Jeez, be great.
Dude, cheesy as hell, but I loved it.
Yeah, it was. Then in 2017, PC released Friday the 13th, the game. I didn't know that game had been out that goddamn. Damn.
Yeah, they've had iterations of it for sure.
Oh,
Night Trap. You had to play Night Trap for the girls in the lingerie. Let's go.
Oh, God. Then in 2017, Android and iOS released Pokemon Magikarp Jump. This probably was around the time Flappy Bird and all that was coming out.
Probably.
I believe. Then in 2018, PlayStation 4 released Detroit Become Human.
Good game from what I played. A lot of people. Yeah, that's a slept-on game. Well worth the run-through. Yep, it's good.
Okay. Then in 2021, PC, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One released Biomutant.
Oh, good game.
It's on Switch now.
Good.
Yeah, I definitely recommend it.
Recommend Biomutant anytime. Just to play around with. It's a fun game, man.
Yeah, if anything. I think it's good as a game, too.
Yes, overall. It is. Yes.
Then in 2022, PC released My Time at Sandrock.
Okay.
Then in 2022, PlayStation 4 and 5 released Yuru Kill, the Culmination Games.
Nope.
Okay.
Got nothing. Okay.
Then 2023, PC released Alone in the Dark.
Shout out to Alone in the Dark. Don't like what the new one looks like and what they did with it, but I like the old Alone in the Darks for sure.
That's fair. Then in 2023, PC, Xbox One, and Series X got Evil Wizard. Shout out to the Evil Wizard.
Shout out to Evil Wizard.
Never played it.
Gargamel.
Oh, well, there you go. There's I think that's a different Evil Wizard they were talking about, but for sure.
I know. When I hear Evil Wizard, that's like the first thing that pops in my head.
That is hilarious. That is hilarious. Then in 2024, because Nintendo Switch is just consistent with doing this, I don't know where these games come from, but apparently today or sometime recently, they released Ninja Shadow Quest. Shout out to the Switch. Supposed to get that next year, by the way. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah, it's like Biomutant wasn't like greatest game of all time, but I just think there was a lot of fun to be had for an open world. It was beautiful. The open world was beautiful. It was colorful. Love the little creatures.
Mm-hmm.
Again, not say it's the greatest game ever, but it was definitely worth my time. We bought that day.
It was fun.
We bought that day one, bro.
Yeah, we got that day one. It was good.
Did.
I liked it. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't didn't cure hunger or anything, but it was good.
Yeah, it was good
for what it was, and they've only improved it on it since then. So, it's what it is. All right. Well, that was your This Day in Gaming segment. Ladies and gentlemen, this was episode 150 of Living Split Screen. That means we're only a couple episodes away from ending season 3 and getting into season 4, but you know what that means. E3 gaming summer. The summer of games where we get non-stop drops and content to talk about. The hype is right around the corner, ladies and gentlemen, and you already know what to anticipate. Definitely expect to get some of that good old-fashioned conversation right here on Living Split Screen, a non-console centric platform. Talking about everything going on with the gaming industry. We'll definitely more than likely be highly tied into the fun speculation fam as we do on a year-to-year basis. Come check us out live as we do those shows. We'll continue to let you know about them as they pop up here in the near future.
We'll probably be appearing across the pond too. So
yeah, we may definitely be in quite a few places depending how time is working up, work and everything else considered. So yeah, man. So a lot of things to get excited for. And it's season 3, getting ready for season 4 for Living Split Screen. That's just an exciting thing to know. And basically, for those who are confused, we do about 52 episodes a season to try to cover it for the year. Essentially, that's why where the numbers kind of come from, which is why we're in season 3. So just to kind of give you, hey, well, why do you say season 3? What gave you? We kind of try to do it off a yearly basis, although it isn't technically year by year. Our years come up in June, so that's just something to keep in mind. So it's just the way we keep track of it. Nonetheless, an excellent show that we had today. A lot of passionate conversation, a lot of different angles that we came from. Really enjoyed the conversation about Hellblade. I think it's been one of the more definitely center conversation that I've had this week, along, especially including some of the negatives that are involved. But again, you can have some of those negatives and still come out with a gray angle and it be quite as fine as well. So shout out to Ninja Theory for putting out a seemingly excellent and solid experience, even if it's not everything that everybody wanted it to be. It is a step in the right direction. Just hope that they end up including more for the future, but nonetheless, you can find me Steel Rain. That's Steel Rain that's T is the 7 everywhere. Got some things working up. Definitely follow me on my personal channels if you can. All the information, again, easiest place to find it is just going to be typing it in Google. Steel Rain T is the 7. You'll find everything that way. But I am going to be doing more content for Wuthering Waves. It's going to be a central point for my channel, at least. I want to make some additional content. I'm trying to get out of my head about it, right? In the free time, when I do get that time outside of gaming and everything else, where I make some content that I think people can enjoy and really get in tune with. Because me being somebody outside of the gotcha space, I just want to be a gamer that talks about in games the way that I do here, like I'm living split screen, but maybe a little bit more unfiltered, right? Although I do think that I'm quite unfiltered here as well. So, I mean, I don't know what's going to be the vast difference between what I do here on my personal channel. Also, I am uploading episodes from Wuthering Waves and the things that I do from my Steel Rain channel on Living Split Screen as well. The main reason I'm doing that is that I don't want to flood Living Split Screen with just one specific game. And now all of a sudden, what if I do end up blowing up and now this Living Split Screen is now a gotcha channel focused on Wuthering Waves and gaming content. I don't know if that's
mobile, everybody. I'm trying to consider dead. Through consoles, through PC, we're going mobile.
We're going full mobile. We're going full mobile. It's more so just trying to consider what the algorithm might do. I know it being long form content, especially our streams, I think that will work just fine as well. So I'm still trying to figure out what is best. Let me know in the comments below after the show for everybody that cares whether you would like to see those live streams on Living Split Screen, because either or, I can do them both ways. It doesn't really matter because I am dual streaming. It's going to be if I'm doing live streams, it's going to be probably to Twitch and YouTube. And then when we do our shows, it's going to be on Twitter and YouTube, just because I feel like there's a vaster audience that way. But anyway, I don't know everything. I'm not perfect with everything. Just trying to do what I feel is best and what makes sense with the time that is available. But nonetheless, enough about me. Boom. Another fantastic episode on Living Split Screen, and always great to chop it up with you after a week not really being able to, man. So
no, man, we haven't done it at all. Oh, of course, brother. Of course, man. It's great to get here with you. Hey, real quick, everybody. We knew part of this, but Jez just confirmed real quick, breaking news kind of. I mean, I guess in a way, because we didn't know detail. Avowed has moved to Unreal Engine 5.3 with support from Xbox Tech and the Coalition.
So the Coalition, yeah. Gear 6 is not coming out to the new console releases.
Yeah.
If they've been that involved in helping other people out,
yes.
Marcus Phoenix collection, I can see is happening. I will give you some credence on, because I know you said 2025. Yeah. If they've been as active with other studios as it's been made out to seem, Again, I'm still hoping for a Marcus Phoenix collection at least this year to give you that 2-year timeline before 6, and kind of very similar to what they did with Ultimate Edition for Gears 1. But knowing that means they're wanting the game to be in the best spot possible. That also tells me the Coalition has figured some things out and are able to implement things, get on board to implement things quickly. So that's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it was kind of cool to confirm. I can't remember if we had ever gotten confirmation if it was actual Unreal 5. We had heard they possibly were moving, but
I thought it was Unreal 5, but
I thought we had. I couldn't remember if we went back and they said, the people were still saying no, it's Unreal 4. They actually didn't move. Anyways, just good confirmation from Jez. Just wanted to throw that out there because he just posted it 15 minutes ago. So good confirmation. And that, again, I one of my most anticipated first party title this year. I can't freaking wait, man. Sounds good to me. Anyways, great episode. Thank you all. Again, chat, lively chat. All of you. Again, those that disagree, those that agree with us, we love it all. We love you all for it.
Across the
board. Again, really good conversations today. It's never always been about an echo chamber here, ever. It's always been about the free thinkers. And yes, we're going to go back and forth. And yes, we're going to push back. And maybe we don't change anybody's minds, but that's not what we're here to do. We just have to have conversations. Again, I think most of us here are all adults who can hold those conversations without having it to be I win, you lose kind of situation. I just appreciate it. Always. Again, that's why we've welcomed everybody who wants to have good talks to come on in. Again, we don't do the personal shit. We don't do the insults. We don't do Xbox just dumb, PlayStation good, or vice versa. Never that shit. Come with good points. Come with your different takes. We're all about it here. So thank you all for that. And again, we're going to have more. But like Steele said, showcase season is upon us. Gamers Christmas is here. I will also mention for you indie fans out there, along with me, especially Devolver fans, they did announce this week too, June the 7th will be the Devolver showcase. Love what Devolver does all the damn time, man. Those guys are so creative. They crack me up. So I can't wait to see the Devolver showcase coming June the 7th. Otherwise, everybody, you know how to find me. Pongsoul on X, formerly known as Twitter, Pongsoul on the Xbox, Pongsoul on Steam, Pongsoul on Epic, Pongsoul on GOG, wherever. I'm there. And then, of course, tonight, no Fuzzy Belvedere, but the Shop podcast rolls on. Who knows who's going to show up? Yeah, Fuzzy's got date night with the wifey tonight. So they're going to a horror drive-in. So shout out to Fuzzy. We're going to miss him on the Shop podcast. But me, PTK, and I'm sure he's going to throw up the bat signal. Who the hell knows who's going to be there tonight? We're going to have a good time. Best way to end your Saturday night. The Shop podcast, PTK, Blam's channel, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. Be there for that. And then, of course, next week it starts all over again. Always shout out to Double Barrel Gaming. Mr. Boomstick is the man, 5 days a week, but Tuesdays, Xbox Factor, all good things green, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Be there. And then, of course, my podcasting week starts Thursday with the Mav. Fun speculation on PM to PM, Pong and Mav in the PM, where I am the host for a change. So join us there Thursday night, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time on the Fun Speculation Network. And, of course, Friday night, back at it. It has kind of turned into the Mav, Fuzzy, and Pong show on Friday nights. So the fam's been ultra busy, but you never know. Sometimes we get Bob, sometimes Psychonaut shows up, hopefully Jasper will be back from the future soon. And we'll have him back, but Xbox Ultimate still goes on Friday nights, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time, every Friday night. And then God willing, back here with one of my favorite people right here. This man right here, man, means so much to me for all that he does, for all that he has been. Again, man, haven't gotten together with you in real life. Someday we're going to make it happen, bro. But, love you all the same, man. It's been a beautiful thing to be 150 episodes in, man. They're crazy. So we'll be back next week for another episode of Living Split Screen. Otherwise, everybody, Golden Age Gaming is here. It is. If you are a gamer, you have thousands of games to play at this point in time. And I don't think I'm far off. Listen. Get out there, play what you love what you play. Have a great rest of your weekend. Again, have a great Memorial Day for those of you that do get the extra day off. Have a great Memorial Day, and I will talk to you all real soon. Steele, get us out of here, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I want to thank you again for coming out and checking out Living Split Screen, episode 150. Next week, we'll be back, if Lord has us, for 151. And we'll catch you next time. Enjoy the rest of your day. Stay safe, and tell your mama, family, closest person, your cat, your dog. Tell yourself, I love you. Much love.
Yes.
Peace.
Love you.
Just one question. What if you miss?
I won't.